It's night 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft. Are you ready, everybody? Let's go. It's time for the show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's draft countdown coverage of night 2, the 2024 NFL Draft. Picks 33 to pick 100. And my man, Brad Menendez, is with me all night long tonight, everybody. So we are ready to go. Shane's in the chat. He's ready to go. So I'm going to give it a few minutes before I put out the poll question, Brad, because nothing's going to happen for about 10 minutes anyway. But Let's recap quickly night 1. We had 5 trades last night. Hell, that might be less than I think some of us thought that would have happened. It wasn't nothing, wild or anything either. It was a lot of just 1 spot, 2 spot move ups. But I guess the big story from last night is 6 quarterbacks drafted in the top 12. No bigger shock, obviously, than Atlanta at pick 8, drafting Michael Penix Jr. from Washington. Maybe a slightly smaller upset was Bo Nix going 12 to the Denver Broncos, but that set off a lot of dominoes last night, didn't it, Brad?
It was you could tell that some folks looked like they were scrambling. I mean, you saw some move backs because you think guys, I mean, look at I will continue to say it and shout from the mountaintops. DBs falling was my biggest surprise of the night. I really did not see that happen. And you saw that throughout the draft. I mean, just guys moving around, and I am with you. I expected there to be more than 5 trades done in round 1. The over-under, I think, was 6 or 6.5, Miranda was saying, and I was taking the over all day. I expected it to be a frenzy, and it was a frenzy. It's just maybe not for the way Atlanta Falcon fans wanted it to be a frenzy. But I think coming out of night 1, I feel good going. The teams got the players that they were targeting. You know, your teams that needed a quarterback took their quarterback. Whether you loved the position or the place where they got him, they still got their guy. And at the end of night 1, I think you have to be happy with the majority of these picks. I know Falcons fans are going to be upset, but if Atlanta really thinks he's the guy going forward, why not get him here? And same with Denver fans. I saw Denver fans not super pumped about the Knicks pick, and it's like, Denver, like you said pre-show, Denver doesn't have a second-round pick. So if you wanted him, you had to take him in round 1, unless you could get a trade back, and that just wasn't happening.
Didn't seem to be the case. But, yeah, first time since 1983, 6 quarterbacks go in the first round. And that year, I think we said it last night, the last quarterback taken was Dan Marino at pick 27. But 6 of them off the board in 12 last night. First time ever in the history of the NFL draft, 14 players from one side of the ball or the other were drafted consecutively. And that's not to start the draft. That's at any position of the entire draft. They used to do 30 rounds of this thing. Wow. And it's never been 14 straight at any position or side of the ball.
Any side of the ball.
14 offensive players started the night in draft. That's crazy just in itself.
Well, yeah, and especially I could understand it if this was a draft where you felt like one side of the ball had way more talent, but it isn't. I mean, the defensive side of the ball has some really nice players, even tonight. I mean, we're thinking Newton, DeJean. There's some really talented players that are still sitting on the board available, and it's like, wow, to see something like that happen, I mean, pretty amazing. Definitely, it was exciting for us draft nicks that were watching it because, you know, these are records that are being set, and it's fun to be a part of.
It sure is. That wasn't the only record that was smashed last night. First round, 23 offensive players taken out of 32 in the first round. That just smashes the record of 19.
Wow.
Yeah.
You won't see that record broken very quickly.
9 offensive linemen taken in round 1 last night, 7 wide receivers.
Ooh. Wow. 7's a record, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think that might have tied a record. I'd have to look this up. But
I'll say that sounds like a lot.
It's pretty close. For the first time in NFL draft history, again, in round 1, 0 running backs, 0 linebackers. Never happened.
I mean, this draft does not have an abundance of either that are high enough that you could have even mocked them there, right? So,
right. But your team last year took one of each in the first round. So
it worked out well in the end, but yeah, it definitely was a bit of a head scratcher when it happened.
And to kind of belabor your point, and Tommy's here in the chat, he said when the Steelers came on the board, he thought with all the corners available, they would have popped a hammy running that card in. But only 3 corners taken in the draft last night, and none before pick 22.
With as talented as this DB group is, I was really surprised. I mean, to think Quinyon Mitchell fell to Philadelphia, I bet they were just elated that they got that pick. I mean, same with Detroit. I mean, I watched Brad Holmes's press conference as the night was ending, and I mean, he was like, there was no way we expected him to be on the board. And so to give up pick 73 to go up and get him, I mean, they were through the roof. So the teams that got the corners in the 20s should be very excited because they got really good players that far down.
There you go. All right, so we are 7 minutes into our coverage tonight, and I don't know how many people are live in the YouTube chat, but we're going to pose a question right now. Do you want picks tipped tonight? Because it's going to be a log jam with all the guest people announcing and all that. So if you don't want the picks tipped tonight, say so in the chat. You do want to? Is this you do want them tipped? Blues Wolf 22. You do. That's a vote for yes.
I appreciate that, Dwayne.
Dwayne says he's just watching us. That's my brother. That's my brother right there, Brad. Dwayne. It says
my man.
Tommy says it don't matter to him. Blues said yes. Say it as soon as you see it.
Oh. Bubba says no.
God, Bubba, all right. Bubba said no.
I'm about to say we love Bubba.
Yep. So Bubba said no. So that was the one no vote. That's all I needed. So now I'm going to try my best to not act shocked and awed at the pick. And let's be honest, Brad. Professional poker player, I am not. Because I could not sell some of the stuff we saw last night.
Yeah, you definitely were not. I did see a post on Twitter. It looks like max capacity again for the night 2 of the draft. So people are showing up in Detroit and making it a big party. So that's cool to see.
Oh, Bubba has rescinded his no vote. We're back. We're back to pick tipping.
Bubba, we'd have done it for you.
Facial expressions. Brian can tell the story. I can't hide it. I'm so bad at giving away. I've been this way my whole life. I could never lie to my mom or anything like that. She'd know. She'd see right through me.
Oh, so now currently the champs are walking in the building. We got the University of Michigan on stage. This is wonderful. Look at that trophy. Coach Moore hanging out there with his team. This is good times right now in the D.
So how many of those guys are going to be drafted next year?
Donovan Edwards, I can say that for sure. I would be surprised if I mean, we still are trying to figure out that offensive line, who 5 are going to be out there come the fall. So I don't know. Sounded like spring game went well for Alex Orji. It looked like he was running the offense okay. So I mean, I can't imagine him flying up draft boards anytime soon, but Blues Wolf, yeah. Blues Wolf. There's a lot of people that can't believe what Atlanta did, but I tried to rationale it because a lot of my buddies that are Atlanta fans were chatting with me today, and I was like, listen, if Atlanta thinks that's their guy, they have to hope that they're not picking this high up anymore. So if you really love him so much, go get him. I mean, Kirk is only 2 years. If you're smart and you let him sit for a year or two behind Kirk and then take over, I mean, maybe they're trying to replicate what Green Bay does and letting the quarterback sit for a couple years. I mean, they grabbed a very injury-riddled quarterback with bum shoulders and bum knees, but
all right, so Buffalo is now on the clock. They traded back last night. They traded back twice. The more controversial trade back was basically handing Xavier Worthy to Kansas City on a silver platter, and they did a couple of pick swaps. They get a third for a fourth, and they took 2 swaps in the 7th, and then they traded again with Carolina. Carolina came up to draft. What I found out today, the correct pronunciation of his name is Xavier Leggett.
Oh,
I've been saying it wrong for 5 years now. So
he's your team.
Right. So it is what it is, but they move back 1 spot and do a pick swap 5th and the 6th round. Buffalo's on the clock here. So Tommy says Bills go. It almost feels it has to be wide receiver, right? One of those guys, either Ladd McConkey, A.D. Mitchell.
I mean, if you want big-bodied physical, I think you go Keon Coleman, right? Because they've got Curtis Samuel, they've got some speed guys. But yeah, I mean, they could use DB. I think Hyde is gone now in the free agency, so I could see him go DB or wide receiver at this point. But they need offensive line help too, and there's some of that there available as well.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, if corner is on the board with the Gene, Kool-Aid McKinstry, A.D. Mitchell, like I said. Quickly before we get Buffalo's pick in, our man G10 from Ireland there wants to know what we think of Tyler Guyton, and is there any chance that Zach Frazier falls to 56?
I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, Frazier. I mean, you've seen at least when the mocks. I mean, you've seen him kind of all over the place. Guyton, I mean, he was one of those guys that people predicted was a late first-round pick. He's better in pass protection than run blocking, which is okay because right now you don't really have any running backs of substance. So I think it worked with what Dallas needed. I don't love the pick. I don't hate the pick. I think it was okay. What do you think?
It was all right. Guyton's got a lot of upside. I'll say that. Clock's still ticking, but the pick is in. And the Buffalo Bills have selected, you called it, Brad, Florida State wide receiver Keon Coleman is the first pick of round 2.
Fantasy football fans are going to love that one.
I would assume so, right? Because, I mean, he's going to probably be a high-volume guy in that offense year 1, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, 6'3", what did he run in right around 4'6"? I mean, kind of your big body physical receiver that's probably could potentially be your red zone target if you needed one. I mean, obviously, you got a couple of nice tight ends still you can use. He's really physical, which is, I think, something that they were lacking in that receiving room. Even with Diggs in the building, I think they needed a physical receiver. So I think Keon Coleman works there. I think it makes sense. I mean, it fits a need they didn't have. Other than your tight ends, that was the rest of your receivers were pretty short.
I guess the main concern with Keon Coleman is he struggles to separate a little bit and has had some drop issues. So that's kind of why I had him a bit lower on my board. I had him in the 50s overall. I had him 53. Shane had him 55. Paul had him 54. So we all kind of universally saw Keon Coleman the exact same way, a mid-second round pick. But Buffalo obviously sees it different. They get a bunch of extra picks and maybe get a guy that, you know, if you're picking him at 33, it's quite obvious you probably would have targeted him at 28, right?
Oh, absolutely. Well, and think about what was there at 28. I mean, those receivers aren't that style of big physical like Keon Coleman is. So I would agree. He probably would have been the pick at 28.
So that would put New England on the clock here at pick 34. Started the draft last night with Drake May at quarterback. So what do we think that New England might be looking for here, Brad?
I mean, you got to think they got to ask,
right?
I'm about to say, yeah, best
just
player available.
Throw a dart at the board and see what happens. I mean, they could throw a dart at any position and other than quarterback at this point and probably get some sort of upgrade.
I'm about to say Newton would be an interesting pick here for them. They need some trench help on the defensive side and the offensive side. Oh boy. I mean, Cooper DeJean, I mean, they could use a DB.
Brad Bubba said he's rooting against his boy Lad McConkey heading to New England. Keep May alive. That's interesting. I could the tackles board kind of got picked clean outside of maybe Patrick Paul here, or if you want to go up for someone like Sua Matea from BYU. Jackson Powers Johnson would be interesting.
Yeah, you could play him across
as a
the
guard center.
Yeah.
Yeah. I fully expect Drake May's not going to play early, right? They'll let Brissett kind of take that beating for a little while.
Yeah. Why throw him in? I mean, you don't have any receiving options of note. You don't have a lot. I mean, Hunter Henry is a solid stopgap tight end for them. Your offensive line is beat up. Your defense is bad. I mean, I wouldn't be in any hurry.
Yep. So New England's got 3.5 left on the clock.
Yeah, just looking at what's available, it almost feels like offensive line, defensive line, or corner.
Like I said, they would be hard pressed. They would be hard pressed to hear. Currently, center on, and by the way, everybody should use ourlads.com. Mm-hmm. They are the depth chart kings. Everybody go there. It's a great resource for fantasy. It's a great resource for us draft guy. It's just a good resource. David Andrews currently their center. I could see.
Oh, New England traded the pick to the Chargers.
That is.
So what's the Chargers coming up for? So they got tackle in round 1. So what is round 2? Do they go receiver here?
I would think.
Do they go
this
Mitchell?
I would think that this would be the receiver spot here.
I mean, unless you're looking Newton, because they could use some defensive line help.
So they're going to swap picks in the 4th round. The Patriots will go down 3 spots to pick 37, and they will get 4th rounder 137. The Chargers will get picked 34. I'm sorry, the Chargers get picked 34 and 137. New England will get 110. So they'll swap 27 spots in the 4th round to go up 3 spots here in the 2nd.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bubba, I see Bubba's comment about a Michigan player. There's really no one that's the value is right here. I mean, you think about, running back, nope, they don't need it, and the value isn't here.
you in my second round or day 2 mock, I fully confident that I mocked Roman Wilson to them at pick 37.
Oh, jeez. I mean, with what receivers are available, I mean, how could you, in good faith, put him above, A.D. Mitchell? I mean, I don't know that. I think I might even want Malachi Corley over Roman Wilson.
Let me correct that. That's a 5th round pick, 137. Goes to. And the pick is in. Bubba, you didn't want him going to New England. But how do you feel about Ladd McConkey, wide receiver, Georgia, is the newest Los Angeles Charger wide receiver? That is the pick. Ladd McConkey, pick 34 overall to the Chargers.
I mean, that makes sense. You got Palmer and QJ on the outside. Ladd McConkey could be, I mean, because he's got great short area quickness. So you think about him playing kind of in the middle. That seems like a smart move on their part.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's a good pick here. He's essentially can, I don't want to say replace Keenan Allen, but that's kind of what he's going to be asked to do here, right?
Has to be. I mean, at this point, because you got 2 big outside receivers, you needed somebody in the middle. Obviously, Darius Davis wasn't going to be it.
Yep. So some numbers on Ladd McConkey, 5'11", 186. Ran a 4.39 40 at the combine with a 36-inch vertical and 10'4" broad jump, but a sub 4-second short shuttle at 3.97 and a 6.723 cone. This is a guy that can move in space quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it is a really good route runner too. His routes are pretty crisp.
I see the Tribal Chief is here in the chat tonight.
It's nice to see you, Chief.
We're the ones here. Roman Reigns in the chat. Keep May alive. That's the goal, right? Bubba's glad to see the family's able to celebrate, and he mentioned in our Discord little family tragedy there for the McConkey family earlier this week. Thoughts go out to them. But yes, a moment of celebration here as Ladd McConkey is the second wide receiver off the board. We go wide receiver to start night 2, and had a feeling that we could be heading that way. And I don't think we're going to get another one of those here. I don't think. But Brad, I remember you did the Cardinals team mock simulator, and you had them taking Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4 and A.D. Mitchell at 27.
A.D. Mitchell.
It was A.D. Mitchell at 27. So A.D. Mitchell's here at 35.
I mean, they need more than one receiver. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. is very nice. They still need more. I mean, Michael Wilson is really about the only pass catcher outside Trey McBride they've got. So I would not be surprised, but if I was them, I'd be targeting Newton. I mean, Newton's sitting there right now. I mean, somebody's got to want that kid because he's going to upgrade anybody's defensive line immediately.
I really wish the Bengals would just come up, make the move. I don't care.
There is a trade alert.
We have moved here. Arizona is off the clock.
Atlanta
is coming up.
They're going to get another quarterback.
So we'll be anxious to see what there's 2 trades now in the top 3 picks.
Figures. We thought they'd do a bunch last night. Now they're going to do a bunch tonight.
Someone on Twitter, the Falcons just traded up. Is this for Spencer Rattler?
That was my first thought. I was like, so Jordan Travis isn't a second-round quarterback, so I guess it got to be Spencer Rattler. Funny thing is, I see people posting about the Kirk Cousins deal, and it's like it's basically a glorified 2-year deal because I think there's an out after year 2. But they keep posting 4 years, $100 million guaranteed, and like, yeah, they can get out of it if they wanted. Have you seen the details of this trade?
I am working on that as we speak. Atlanta will come up 8 spots here and give up their 3rd round pick 79. In exchange, Atlanta will receive a 6th round pick later. So they pick swap a 3rd and a 6th for this here. So Arizona picking up an extra 3rd round pick. Monty Austinfort.
He's
good.
What is
he's
he up
good
to? 12?
At what he does.
I'm about to say, is he up to 12 picks? I think Arizona will have 12 by the end of the draft.
All right, the pick is in, and it is a defensive tackle. It is not Johnny Newton. It is Clemson defensive tackle Rook or Horhoro.
Ooh, interesting.
Is the pick here at 35. Atlanta gives up a 3 to come up and get Horhoro. So now they've got Clemson, a pair of Clemson defensive tackles in the middle there with him and Grady Jarrett. Boo.
That's an interesting move because I'd have been surprised if somebody would have taken him in any of those next 8 spots, like with Newton and even Sweat on the board, depending on what you're looking for. But he's got good strength and quickness. He's pretty explosive. He's got a pretty good motor. I mean, I definitely think he's going to start from them day one because he's pretty talented. So, I don't hate it. I certainly like this move better than I do Penix at 8.
He's an athlete. I'll say that. But lower grades for the draft countdown crew here. 67 on my board, 60 on Shane, 66 on Paul's. So we're looking, all of us had him as a late 2nd. Atlanta trades a 3rd to come up to get Horhoro here at pick 35. But I mentioned he's an athlete, 6'4", 294, 34-inch arms, but a 4.89 40 at 294 with a 1.67 10 split, bench press 225 29 times with a 32-inch vertical and a 9'9" broad jump. Tested with a RAS score of 9.92. One of the better athletes for the interior defensive line in this class.
So if you're Atlanta, you can't be upset about that. I mean, because that's a good piece to add to a defense that needed the help. I mean, you're putting him next to Grady Jarrett and probably Zach Harrison. Those are probably 3 of your 4 out there. I mean, you're definitely improving that big time. So that's a huge get for them. And I think he's got pretty good pass rush potential. I think he's a decent run stuffer, but I think the potential to develop some pass rush there, I think, is pretty good with him, especially with that type of athletic profile.
Yeah, I think so. And like I said, Grady Jarrett maybe winding down a little bit in Atlanta. So you're kind of looking ahead to that. Like I said, he was the 6th defensive tackle or interior defensive lineman on my board. Johnny Newton obviously is the highest rated player on my board. His deal's got to be the foot, right? It is causing all the trepidation here with the picks. So Commanders, we're going to see them a lot tonight, I think, Brad. They're on the clock at pick 36. They have 5 picks tonight.
Ooh.
They can get their team right in a hurry. If they can hit on 3 of these 5 tonight, along with Jaden Daniels, if Daniels hits.
I mean, you got to think interior offensive line or defensive back. I mean, they've got their quarterback set now. I mean, this could be a really good night for Washington.
Yep. They're another team that has many holes in many places. They're a very leaky ship, if you will. They've got a pair of decent wide receivers to build around with Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson. Offensive tackle is an issue, I believe, for them. They spent some money in free agency to kind of help the interior offensive line. They also moved Sam Cosmi from tackle to guard. So we've got Andrew Wiley and Cornelius Lucas as the tackles.
Yeah.
And so we could see an offensive tackle be the pick here. I think it's a little early for tight end. I don't know that they'll go with a running back. They may go with a running back tonight at some point. Pass rush, I think, could be a place here. Maybe Chris Braswell. Corner, like this team is bad. Now that I've looked at this depth chart again, but they're getting a lot better with the pick they just made. The pick is in, and it is the best player on the board. Johnny Newton, defensive lineman from Illinois, is coming off, and he's heading to Washington for the Commanders.
I mean, it's a smart move because at his size, you could play him inside or outside. You know, with his ability, with his athletic profile. You know, they have nice defensive tackles. You know, getting a little older, but I think that's huge. I think that's huge for them because you got to get your trenches right. They spend a lot on the offensive side, but not as much on the defensive side. So it's a big pick for them. That's a good way to start the night.
Yep. So best player available off the board. Yep, Shane, we were going back Rook over Newton, medical red flag, and then Newton goes the next pick. So, and that goes to show you, and that right there, Brad, goes to show you how every team views everything differently. Whereas Atlanta may have flagged Newton's medicals, Washington obviously had no problem with it.
Right. Well, and
Bubba said he hates giving up the third to come up 8 picks. Yeah, that seems a bit steep, but
seeing how this pick fell out, did they think Washington was going to take Rook?
That's very possible. Very possible. So, they felt they needed to come up. But you mentioned the interior defensive line is strong, but I've always said it's almost sometimes, unless you absolutely have to, it's almost better to make your strength stronger, right? And that's what Washington's done here. You're now going to put Johnny Newton into a rotation with Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen. That's tough. That's going to be a tough deal for opposing offenses to have to deal with. So I like the pick, obviously. Number 16 on my board overall here, going to the Commanders. 20th on Shane's, 22nd on Paul's. We got no testing, so no RAS for Johnny Newton because of the foot injury. So we'll see. New England back on the clock here at 37. They traded down earlier with the Chargers to come back 3 spots, swapping to basically pick up 27 spots tomorrow. So we're basically right back where we were earlier. Nothing has changed board wise for New England.
I mean, take best. Whatever the best is, go get it. You know, this time, unfortunately, you've lost out on 2 interior defensive linemen, but there's still plenty of edge.
I'm not sure that's where they would have went. I mean, anyway, that might be actually one of the few places where they're solid with Christian Barmore, one of the better young defensive tackles in the league already. Devin Godshaw is a good nose tackle. I don't think that's where they would have been targeting anyway. I can't help but feel offensive tackle is in play here. I don't know if the tackles left outside of maybe Patrick Paul or Suamate. I don't know. I don't know how many left tackles are out there, and because I feel like with Onwenu is entrenched over on the right side, so I'm not sure that's in play here. I still say receivers in play with Mitchell still on the board.
I mean, the value is on the interior offensive line if you're drafting here.
You know, I think corner is opposite of Christian Gonzalez. Yeah, could be in play here as well. So that I think that'd be a good spot.
Yeah, if you're looking offensive line, unfortunately, there's tackle is not the value at this pick. You know,
that's what happens when 7 of them go in the first round.
Absolutely.
That baby that well dried up quick. Because now all of your starting level offensive tackles are gone. So now you have, outside of Roger Rosengart for Washington, I think is a right tackle. I think he's the only plug and play potential starter here. I think the other guys are more developmental types that could be big for you down the road, but I don't think will pay immediate dividends. Yeah,
no, with development, sure, but yeah, this is one of those spots where it's like, if I'm New England, if you don't love the DBs, because that's probably the value here, Trade back again. Get some more picks. I mean, you need a lot of help anyway.
Need a lot of picks. Lots of picks. All right, the pick is in, and the Patriots are going with a wide receiver.
Oh,
this one is interesting. They go with a Washington Husky teammate of Rome Odunze, Michael Penix Jr. It is Jalen Polk going off the board, pick 37 to the New England Patriots.
That's really interesting.
Another guy where the draft countdown crew, not as high as the value here would indicate. Polk comes off the board 37th, 61st on my board, 91st on Shane's board, 74th on Paul's. At 8.83 RAS, he ran a 6'1", 203 with a 31 3/4 inch arms, 1.59-10 split with a 4.52 40. Had a 37.5 inch vertical, 10'9" broad. Polk and Odunze and another guy I think we're going to hear go later, Jalen McMillan. That 3 wide receivers off that team are going to go here pretty high.
It's such a weird pick, though. It feels like much of the same because he's a physical route runner. I mean, when you talk about him, it almost feels like you could be saying the same thing about Juju or Kendrick Bourne. It's like, do you have a type? Like, let's get something a little bit different here.
Yeah, that's
weird.
Obviously
definitely weird.
Not what not their plan. Bubba said in the comments, can't blame this one on Belichick.
I mean, are you sure? Because it's a Belichick disciple that's running the team.
It's interesting. Even if it's not Mitchell, who I know Shane has verbally said he was lower on than consensus, perhaps. Maybe why not like a speedster like Troy Franklin? Something of that nature. Just something like you said, something different.
Right.
Tennessee is on the clock now at pick 38, and we'll see how this one's going.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their depth chart, all the receivers are just so similar in their style. Such a weird selection. And I like the player. I mean, physical route runner. I think he's got good hands, good ball skills. I mean, I don't hate him, but just a weird spot.
With the pick of Jalen Polk now, Brad, we have had 37 picks so far in the 2024 NFL draft, and 10 of them have been wide receivers.
Oh gosh. I mean, we said this was a strong class. I mean,
it's a strong class, but I mentioned the well drying up. We're going to be thirsty here in a minute for wide receivers at this rate, the rate that they're coming off the board.
I'm about to say, if you want AD Mitchell, you better trade for him now because he's going to be gone soon.
Give a shout out to Jake, the aerial assassin, right now in the Discord chat for updating the picks as they come in the NFL draft chat channel on the Discord. I appreciate that, Jake. If you're listening, thanks for doing that for us. We obviously we can't do that right now. It's so much other stuff going on, but I appreciate you stepping up in the Discord and taking care of business.
I love our Discord chats. The community on Discord is fantastic. I mean, guys are really entertaining, really energetic, good conversation. So, Jake, you're the man.
All right. Speaking of friends of the program here, our good buddy Denny from Mock Draft Database just tweeted out. He said, "I'm starting to think the NFL believes in the wide receiver 5 curse." And for those that didn't follow when Denny was on the show a few weeks ago, whoever has the receiver that has finished number 5 on his consensus board overall is at a better, just not been great, to put it nicely, as an NFL player. And
Poor
right
A.D.
now,
Mitchell.
A.D. Mitchell is the number 5, finished as the number 5 receiver on Denny's on the mock draft database consensus board. And here we sit. Tommy's like, linebackers keep dropping along with the corners. The corners is more interesting to me because, like we said, there's only been 3 taken so far. We've got 10 wide receivers and nobody to cover them, I guess, at this rate, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, linebackers, none of us expected there to be an early second round linebacker. I mean, because nobody can agree on the consensus top linebacker. DBs, on the other hand, there is a pretty strong consensus top, 3, 4, 5.
Zach Cox on Twitter states there's a connection with Jalen Polk to New England that maybe we obviously didn't make. The Patriots wide receivers coach, Tyler Hughes, was Washington last year. So, there you go.
That makes sense.
The pick is in, and the fall for this player was not as substantial as may have been led on, as the Tennessee Titans will put next to Jeffrey Simmons Texas nose tackle T'Vondre Sweat is the pick 38 of round 2. I mean, the best nose tackle in the draft, no doubt. But red flags, right, Brad?
Yeah, I mean, there have been some news about him lately. Yeah, I mean, if you're Tennessee, if this is what you targeted as your biggest need in this round, I mean, you might as well get him and hope that you can clean that up, right? I mean, what he's done is stuff that he can come back from. Obviously, they're investing a lot with this kind of a premium pick on him, so but I mean, he is the best nose tackle in the class for a reason. So definitely, I mean, this seems like a Tennessee type thing to do. Just do something crazy and let's see what happens.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I know it wasn't alcohol related, but didn't Jeffrey Simmons have some off-field concerns when he was entering the class, and Tennessee, I say ignored it, but we're okay with it. They obviously probably did their homework on here.
Oh yeah, they had to have. I mean, they had to have dug deep into the records to see if this was something that they could deal with or not.
So, pick 38, T'Vondre Sweat, and as Tommy said in the chat, for those that haven't followed along, about 3 weeks ago, T'Vondre Sweat gets a DWI, and then after that came out, it surfaced that he's had alcohol issues for quite a while, and teams knew about it and thought he had matured a bit. And obviously, not only had they proven wrong here, but he did it so close to the draft, which also lends to credence that he failed the stupid test as well. If you can't not get, while you're in the middle of taking 30 visits and you get a DWI.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so Simmons had a little bit more substantial red flags. I was just doing a little bit of researching, involved with some violence, hitting, so there's some things there where you're like, okay, Tennessee seems to know how to research their guys, because Jeffrey Simmons has been fine since. I don't think I've heard anything about him since joining the league. So if they could help him, I'm sure they can help Sweat here, and and hopefully it works out for him. I mean,
we've got a trade.
Oh,
the Carolina Panthers are trading out. The Los Angeles Rams are now on the clock at pick 39, waiting on the details of the trade. Rams have come all the way up from 52. So Carolina is going to get some picks in return. And our man Wes Snead is back to saying, F them picks, baby.
All right, so the $1 million question is, what are we getting here? Because they got an edge rusher last night.
My initial thought is this them coming up for Rattler?
You mean Stetson Bennett isn't the man going forward after Stafford?
I feel safe in saying that.
I mean, with the way quarterbacks went yesterday, I would say anything's possible. But they spent a lot on corners and free agency, so I feel fairly confident it's not DeJean. I don't know of a linebacker that fits into this group, but linebacker would have been something I thought they could use, at least an interior linebacker, but I don't see any this high. They got a guard in free agency. I mean, maybe they come up for a receiver. They come up for AD Mitchell.
Maybe. I'm trying to read this trade. It's not very well typed out here, but it appears that Carolina will go back to pick 52 of the second round. They'll pick up a fifth round pick that was originally the Steelers at pick 155. That's in the fifth. And they get a second round pick in 25.
Wow.
To go back. So it is not a quarterback. The pick is in, and the Los Angeles Rams have moved up for, drum roll please, a defensive tackle. And it's Braden Fisk from Florida State. And, he's older. He's 25, I believe. But your man Aaron Donald just retired. You have a big hole as an interior pass rusher. And, my God, Braden Fisk can do that for you as interior pass rusher. Now, not on the level of Aaron Donald, obviously. We're not that dumb. Yeah. But Braden Fisk, that's what he does, right?
I mean, he's definitely a mature DT at his age, but I mean, he's got such a strong athletic profile that you got to think that they were targeting him to fill that void and hope that you get at least 75% of what Aaron Donald was. Great upper body strength. I mean, you could move him around a little bit. He's under 300 pounds, and he's got such an athletic profile that you could put him on the edge in a pinch. But you put him with Jared Verse, I mean, it appears as though they have a thing for those FSU guys.
I didn't even notice that. Obviously, they scouted Florida State a lot.
Jordan Travis, we got to put him on the board as a Rams pick later.
Maybe. And, outside of the 25 I mean, I guess, this isn't a bad – I don't feel like this is bad.
No. It fits a need, and it gives them an interior pass rush, which is what which is what obviously disappeared when Donald retired. So I don't hate the pick for him.
I got to tell you, as a Bengals fan sitting here, the defensive tackle market is drying up in a hurry. I'm guessing they're pivoting to corner right now on that draft board, if I had to guess. But, man, I like that pick for the Rams. I like what they've done here with their first two selections. You mentioned the athletic profile. 6 foot even, 292. 4.78 in the 40, 26 bench press reps, 33.5 vertical, 9'9" broad jump, but a 4.37 short shuttle at that size, 9.88 RAS, 36 on my board, 37 on Shane's, 43 on Paul's. And what an interesting thing happened with him at the Senior Bowl, where he practiced on the American team all week. But by the time we got to the game itself, the national team only had 3 defensive linemen left. Everybody else had cut town. So Jim Nagy and them go to Braden Fisk the morning of the Senior Bowl, the game, and say, hey, can you switch teams? And he's like, sure. So that right there, tells you a lot about him as a player. And what did he do at the Senior Bowl? The first 3 defensive plays, he was in the backfield, impacting the game. We have another trade. I don't even remember who was on the clock. Washington was on the clock. They're not there anymore. They have traded inside the division. The Eagles have come up here to pick 40.
For what?
I don't know.
They got DB last night, so you don't have a need there.
We have gone. We have skipped over light speed. We've gone straight to ludicrous speed here, Brad.
Well, I mean, everybody does think Atlanta's a bunch of a-holes, so I guess that makes sense. That Is it offensive
I
lineman?
I don't have the details on the trade, but I do have the pick.
I would think offensive line is my guess.
You would think incorrectly.
Ah,
So as I'm waiting on the details of the trade, the Philadelphia Eagles, after drafting a corner in the first round last night,
go corner.
they doubled
again.
up, and they have drafted Iowa cornerback Cooper DeJean.
Oh my good.
Pick 40.
So they're going to retire Slay and Bradbury tonight. Are they both going to retire?
Uh,
I mean, now you have two starters.
Perhaps, or maybe they view DeJean as a nickel. Or
you're gonna have to find a way to get him on the field, right?
Right. But he's another great athlete, right? And maybe the best punt returner in the draft.
Arguably.
So yeah, we have gotten interesting here, and just for the record of nobody who other than me, it's myself and Brad who are the old heads here. Tommy says, "God bless Spaceballs." You are correct, sir. What a classic movie.
I always wanted to dress up as Barf for Halloween. I just never could do it.
What's stopping you now, Brad?
I know. Yeah, now I could definitely fill in the Barf role. So let me pose this to you. If I'm the Eagles, you got CJ back in the secondary there, but Reed Blankenship is not exceptional. Why not think about Cooper DeJean as a free safety that can kind of roam the field? I mean, it's not like he isn't extremely athletic. Definitely willing to put the wood to a guy in a big hit, So, I mean, you could play him as your nickel, you could play him as a safety. I mean, there's a lot of versatility there.
I do have the details of the trade, and it's an interesting one. Washington moves back 10 spots. The Eagles come up 10 spots. So Washington acquires pick 50 in the second round. They also get the Eagles' other second round pick here, pick 53.
Ooh.
And they get the Eagles' fifth round pick, 161. The Eagles get pick 40 here, what they used to take Iowa corner Cooper DeJean, and the Commanders' third round pick 78. So we're going to swap 53 and 78 here. So they come down another 25 spots and get a fifth as the sweetener.
That's a big move for him. I mean, you have now fixed your secondary because it was getting older. So that's a big deal.
So corners, the first corner off the board. The Saints are on the clock. The Saints have made a trade. Mickey, our man Mickey. I knew it. I knew he couldn't sit idle for too long. They have traded up with Green Bay, who was on the clock at 41. Now the Saints are on the clock at 41. God, I love it.
Mickey is just like a trade crackhead. He was ready to roll.
It does. It says maybe it does feel that the Packers may have been targeting DeJean at 41, and when the Eagles jumped them, they bailed. The details on this trade. So Green Bay is going to go back 4 spots to 45. The Saints will give up. I'm looking here. Looks like a 6th round pick, 190. And I believe is that a 5th round pick, but I don't know. Somebody else has got to have typed this better by now.
All right, let's check out. I'm seeing Field Yates is what Bubba's saying. So let me check on here. All right, so Packers traded pick 41. Saints gave them 45, 168, and 190.
So they give up a 5 and a 6 to go up 4 spots. And the pick is in. The Saints will get their cornerback, Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback from Alabama.
Oh,
comes
that's a good one.
The Saints move up 4 spots to draft Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I mean, that's a smart move. That's a good pick for them. Put him on the opposite side of Marshawn Lattimore, and then you can let a Debo be in the slot. That's a smart one.
Now, there have been talks that the Saints are shopping Marshawn Lattimore for what it's worth. So we'll see if that is indeed ends up bearing out over the course of this weekend. But Kool-Aid McKinstry, another one of those returners, 24th on my board, 26th on Shane's, and 29th on Paul. So first round value here in the early second round.
He fits what they do. He's really good in zone. I mean, he's a really smart defensive back. He does press pretty well. I mean, definitely physical. So I think it's a good pick for the Saints. I mean, they needed help in the secondary. So, and he's fast too. Didn't he run wasn't he in the 4.4s? I mean,
well, he did test, but this is the other thing with Kool-Aid, and maybe he has a jump. He played all season with a Jones
injury, right?
Jones fracture in his foot that they found at the combine, and he still ran.
That's his everything.
So that the last two picks, he ran a 4.52 at 5'11", 199, but you kind of excuse that a little bit with the injury.
So he's probably in the 4.4s.
I would say probably in the high 4.4s without the injury. We'll never know because he'll never run a 40 again. But here was the key to take away from that. While he did run a 4.52, his 10-yard split was 1.44, which has to be one of the fastest in this draft class. So that he's got that initial pop.
Yeah. I mean, that's big time. I can't think of a corner. I don't know if there was one that was better in the draft.
I can sort this right quick. The fastest, he had the third fastest 10-yard split of anybody in this draft class behind only two guys. Well, one may get drafted late. I know Shane's a fan of Cole Burgess from Division III, SUNY Cortland. The other was Isaiah Wooden from Southern Utah, who won't get drafted. But so there you go. The third fastest 10-yard split of anybody here.
But of the high-end draftable DBs.
Yes. So the Texans are now on the clock, and that pick is in. And we're about to have the first player come off the board that was not in my top 100 picks. I'm off the board here. This early in the draft upsets me a little bit. But I dropped him out of my top 100 based purely on speed. But the tape was solid. I'll say that. The Houston Texans at pick 42 have taken Georgia cornerback Kamari Lassiter, the third-year player out of Georgia, 5'11", 186. His shuttles were excellent. Now, 4.12 in the short shuttle, 6.62 in the three-cone, but a 4.65 40, that was disqualifiable for me as a day two player, in my opinion. I don't know if you share that same opinion, Brad, but Shane and Paul both had him squarely in the late second, early third round range, where I had him in the fourth round area at 118 on my board. So I will eat the L on that one this early in the draft. But Kamari Lassiter, the pick for the Texans.
I mean, he's one of the better tacklers as a corner in this draft. He's very good there. I think that's something that Houston's defense is going to want and need. I mean, the 40 time, I mean, I would trust your guys' judgment better than my own on that. I mean, I think when you watch the tape, I would not have guessed his 40 time was 4.65, but he plays in a situation in this Houston defense. I think his strong instincts and zone coverage, I think, will help him out here. So I don't hate the pick. I mean, and they didn't have to do a lot to get it, right? They didn't trade up for this pick, did they?
No, this was actually this was their first pick. because they traded out of the first round with Minnesota in the pre-draft trade. They brought in Jeff Okudah and CJ Henderson. So they've got a couple of high former first-round picks at corner now, and Kamari Lassiter. Bubba wonders if they move him to free safety maybe. I don't know. I imagine they're going to announce him as a corner. We'll see. I would assume he's going to be brought in to compete with Jeff Okudah to be the starter opposite of the former third overall pick, Derek Stingley Jr. They do indeed announce him as a corner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have Petrie, they have Jimmy Ward. I mean, those are pretty strong safeties. I don't know that he would be able to start over those guys. So, I mean, do you consider him a big nickel, maybe? I mean, do you think that they play him more in the box just because he's maybe not the fastest?
Maybe so. Desmond King currently on their depth chart as their starting nickel.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
So, but like Tommy said, Texans have got a lot of good pieces on this team. So we'll see. Arizona on the clock after trading back earlier with Atlanta now. So we'll see if Arizona.
Yeah, and then they've got the Raiders, Packers, Colts. I mean, some interesting situations are going to arise here pretty quick. And Arizona, I mean, I trading back and getting more picks. I mean, they're just making smart moves.
You're not going to believe this, Brad, but the pick is in, and it's another corner. So remember when I said the Bengals might be pivoting to corner? They are now
pivot again.
This board is not falling well for the Bengals here in the first round or in the second round. I'll say that. But the Cardinals pick here, they will go with Rutgers corner Max Melton. 5'11" to 187, 4.39 speed with a 1.55-10 split. Had a 40.5-inch vertical with an 11'4" broad jump, 4.29 short shuttle, 6.95 three cone, a 9.1 RAS, 47 on my board, 47 on Shane's, 53 on Paul's. So he is right about where we thought.
That's interesting. Another zone corner going off here because these are, I mean, I don't know exactly what Arizona is going to look to do with him, but he's another one of those that, I thought when you watch the tape on him, he looked really good in zone. I mean, he's a ball hawk. I mean, if you're looking for one of those guys that's going to be trying to attack to get those interceptions, I mean, he's definitely one of those that I would have said that's kind of what you're looking for. So it's an interesting pick. I mean, with what was on the board still, Rickestraw and Tampa, and I mean, there were a few other corners that I thought would have maybe gone before him, but I mean, it's definitely a guy that you've seen improve every year. So
we had defensive tackles go 4 out of 5 picks after we started wide receiver. Then we had 4 of the next 5 were defensive tackles with a wide receiver in the middle. Now we've had 4 straight corners come off the board here as we lead into the Raiders pick at 44. And they kind of had a surprising pick last night with Brock Bowers at 13. Not that he's not talented, but just kind of
they already had one.
They already had one, and they signed another in free agency. So it was interesting as far as that goes.
Is this where we see Spencer Rattler go?
That's a very, very interesting spot. I think Rattler might fall in the third round now. I think we're going to kind of start seeing him as obviously people are taking other stuff.
So when do we start seeing some of these linebackers go? Cooper, maybe Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I mean, Vegas is a team. Yeah, Peyton Wilson. They don't have a lot at linebacker. I mean, Spillane and Diablo, Kuntz are their starters right now. I mean, they could use help there.
Yep. So interesting to see where Vegas heads.
I mean, they could go with a center too. I mean, they could use interior offensive line help.
A little surprised Mitchell's still on the board here.
Yeah.
It's a developing situation, if you will.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see why he's fallen this far. That's the thing that I'd be interested to find out. Like what's caused people to take some of these others over him.
Interesting to say the least. Yeah. At what point do we see something? Jackson Power Johnson, another one.
Mm-hmm.
Would be a Tommy brought that up here. That's that come to mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that would probably be instant impact for the Raiders, right? Currently slated to start Andre James at center.
Cody Whitehair. Yeah, Dylan Parham and Cody Whitehair are the other interiors.
Yeah. I could see that for sure. I mean, it feels early for the linebacker, right? Or that could, I mean,
unless you're looking at one that could double as an edge rusher, maybe, but
maybe they can view Edgerrin Cooper or someone like that in that role.
I mean, we haven't seen was Braswell still there? Isaac.
The pick is in, and Tommy hit this one. The pick to the Raiders at pick 44 will be Oregon's interior offensive lineman Jackson Powers Johnson, who, if I'm not mistaken, is the highest rated player left on my board. And I will say this about Powers Johnson. He is all the years I've been going to the Senior Bowl and watching one-on-ones in practice, he is the first offensive lineman I've ever seen not lose a rep. Like he won every single one-on-one rep he had in practice. He's 6'3", 328, 32-inch arms. Didn't do full testing. He only did the bench press, which he had 30 reps of 225, had a 32-inch vertical and an 8'8" broad jump. 25 on my board, 30 on Shane's, 32 on Paul's. To me, he's a plug-and-play starter for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yep, from day one. I mean, that burst in quickness is, I mean, you just see it on every play. And that's an amazing thing, him not losing a rep. I mean, that's hard to do when it's kind of set up for offensive linemen to not look great, right? Right.
Yeah. I mean, they're at a disadvantage in those drills. And for him to never lose, it was a thing to behold.
Yeah, he's explosive. I mean, that's definitely a day one starter.
So that would put the Green Bay Packers on the clock after trading down 4 spots with the Saints earlier. And we didn't even get to talk about what they were bailed out before we had ever even had a chance to say what they may be looking at. And they might have been looking at Jackson Powers Johnson sitting here. It's hard to say what they may go with here. I'm curious. Maybe a safety. Is this where we see the first safety off the board?
I mean, when you look at what their roster looks like, I mean, they could use some help in the secondary. I mean, they brought over McKinney. Yeah, they need a second safety. They could use some corners, but that market, like we've already said, is drying up. They brought in running back. They got their tackle last night.
Well, the pick is in.
Why not a wide receiver, right?
As funny as that would be, that is not the pick. They do go defense, and they take the first linebacker.
Ooh.
Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M, is the pick here to Green Bay.
Tommy's on top of it.
You know what? We're gonna put Tommy on the payroll.
Tommy's the man. He's just tipping the picks.
Yep, 6'2", 230, 34-inch arm length for a linebacker. That's massive, right? 154 10 split with a 4.5 140. Had a 34.5-inch vertical with a 4.27 short shuttle. 9.09 RAS here, an elite athlete. 42 on my board, 33 on Shane's board, 27 on Paul's board. Paul had him with well into the first round last night, so I'm sure he'll be happy with that. He's a cheesehead just like Miranda.
Yeah,
I mean, and he's got the payroll for American dollars. I can't make any promises.
I mean, he's got long arms too. I mean, this dude he's fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure where our LLC set up, Brad. It might be in the Caymans. I really don't know. Oh, did I give that away?
No comments. Yeah, definitely elite athlete. I'm not excited for the Packers to get an edge rusher, but I think it's a good spot to take him. And I mean, those long arms. I mean, he's definitely going to be fun to watch in this. In this, defense.
It's going to be interesting. He wasn't used a whole lot off the edge at A&M, about per PFF. Mm-hmm. But Brad, I don't know how we've been like 12 picks into this second round, and I just realized that when you made these graphics up for our 3 days, that we must have not expected Bo Nix to go in the first round.
I did not see that coming.
I don't know how I didn't notice. Don't know how I didn't notice that until now.
Yeah, none of my I actually mocked Edgerrin Cooper in the first round in one of my more recent ones, but I just don't remember who I did it to. But yeah,
I toyed with the idea of having him go to Dallas, I think, at 24 in one of my final mock drafts, and talked myself out of it.
Looks like we've got a trade.
Yes, I believe that is going to be the case. I think Carolina has come up here with the Colts.
Yep. So I got the details here if you want them.
Go shoot.
Yeah, so Colts trade pick 46. The Panthers traded them pick 52, 142, and 155.
So that's a couple of fives
to move up 6 spots.
6 spots, and the pick is in. And one pick after the first linebacker is off the board, the first running back comes off the board. And it is Texas running back Jonathan Brooks headed to Carolina. It was a need. I don't know if I'm Carolina, if I like giving up two picks later, but they give up 2 picks for the Colts to draft ridiculous athletes in the 5th round. And Bubba says they jumped ahead of Dallas. That's probably fair. Where does Jonathan Brooks rank for you, Brad, if not for the ACL tear?
I mean, when I talked about him throughout the offseason, he's my favorite running back in this class. I mean, he's probably arguably the best pass catcher in this draft class. Clean, very smooth out of the backfield. I mean, I think he's really going to help them as they try to, Bryce Young's going to have to dump the ball off quick. I mean, they've got Deontay Johnson, young receivers, a running back like this, if he can get back healthy, I mean, this is a big help for this offense. So I'm excited. I don't know that, I would have traded 2 fifths to move up to get him unless you loved him. I mean, unless you thought Dallas was going to take him. So I think it's an interesting move. Good pick. I like the player.
All right. Interesting. I go back and look at the earlier trade with the Rams. One of those fifths they gave up was one of the ones they acquired from the Rams. So they gave up one of their own, the Rams 5th. So they basically now they move back to 52 with the Rams. And so they picked up a 2nd round pick next year is essentially their net on that trade to trade for to get Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah. What does this mean in terms of workload though? Cause they have, Hubbard and Sanders. How do you, I mean,
I think, you don't know where he's at in his recovery or where he's going to be in training camp. Right. So you can ease him in, I guess. With Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard already being on board. Unbelievable. The pick is in, pick 47. The Giants have made it, and we are breaking first here in this draft, back to back, and now to back. As pick 47, the New York Giants take the first safety. on the board, and it's Minnesota Golden Gopher Tyler Nubin.
I mean, he's most people's number one safety, so that makes sense.
He is, however, he is now the least athletic player that tested to be drafted so far. As Mr. Nubin at 6'1", 199, 4'6", 240, 165 split, 31.5-inch vertical, 10-foot broad, really bad shuttle times. Tanked his RAS, I believe, 3.39 on the RAS. Shane, the highest amongst the draft countdown staff on Nubin at 75 overall, 96 on my board, 88 on Paul's.
I mean, they lost McKinney in free agency, right? So they needed somebody to be a strong tackler in that deep secondary. So, I mean, Raz, that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow if he's not really that athletic. But I mean, when you watch the tape, this guy's going to lay the wood. I mean, he's going to hit hard.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those guys where the tape and the testing don't sync up, right? Yeah, Zach Barrett says Dallas takes injured players in a second. Said it sounded like they did love Brooks. That is a fact. Jerry Jones made that abundantly clear. Jacksonville on the clock for the first time tonight with their clown show management system they have in place there. For the wrestling fans in the chat. I know, Brad, you're a follower.
You mean the neck brace? That was pretty funny.
I was more concerned with his interview today on NFL Network, where he compared the WWE to Harvey Weinstein. So
that's slightly aggressive. I'll say that much.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. But the Jaguars on the clock at pick 48. They drafted Brian Thomas Jr. in the first round last night after trading back.
I mean, I'd say defensive line, maybe interior defensive line's a pretty big need.
Hold that phone there, Brad, as that is where they went.
Oh, well, there we go.
As they go with potential over production with LSU defensive tackle Mason Smith.
Wow. It's a little early for them. Huh.
At this point, it's get your guy while you can, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you love him. The interesting thing, though, is, I mean, I was a pretty big Mekhi Wingo fan. Like, I like Wingo quite a bit. But, you know, this guy is, I mean, if you look for athletic profile, I mean, this guy's, you know, was he on the freak chart or the freak list?
Yeah. 6'5", 306. Ran a 5.01 40 with a 175 split, 31-inch vertical, 9-foot broad, had a 4.69 short shuttle, 7.623 cone, 8.4 RAS for Mason Smith, 62 on my board, 70 on Shane, 63 on Paul. So we were late second round grades on Mason Smith. He goes here mid-second to Jacksonville.
I mean, explosive, obviously, as an athlete. So, you know, you have already edge rushers, so you needed somebody on the interior. Big kid. What is he? You said 6'5", so seems like a smart move to put him right there in the middle and let him roll.
Yep, that would put the Bengals on the clock, and Scott's like, stay with the defensive line, and that's a bloodline pick there, right? Chris Jenkins, is his dad played in the league. Would be interesting for the Bengals if that is indeed where they go on the interior defensive line. I'm going to be honest. I'm at this point, I would be intrigued by Cooper Beebe, the guard from Kansas State. I don't know if that's the thought process from the Bengals, if that is indeed where they would go.
I'm a big Beebe fan.
Yeah. Corners kind of picked thin right now with the run we've seen. I don't know that they would go with a nickel this early. Because I honestly, I think that's kind of what they're kind of fixing to move Dax Hill over there based off all the conversations I've heard. Because Mike Hilton's kind of getting up in the age there a little bit. So they're going to have to move something and Dax Hill, they're going to have to make a decision on his 5th-year option at some point. So maybe if they're not, that isn't the move, maybe Mike Sainristil would be of interest to the Bengals.
What happens? What are you doing with T. Higgins if he's not around? Maybe this is the spot where Mitchell falls.
It is not, and Mr. Wright was correct. As the Bengals are going to go with Chris Jenkins, the defensive tackle from Michigan, and he was oft mocked in drafts that went beyond the first round to the Bengals. He is a good athlete. I'll say that. The Bengals at pick 49 again take Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle from Michigan, fourth-year player, 6'2", 299, 34-inch arms, 1.710 split, a 4.9 140 at 299 pounds, 29 bench reps of 225, 30-inch vertical, 9'7" broad jump at a 4.78 short shuttle, no three cone. 52 on my board, 46 on Shane's board, 57 on Paul. So we're in that general area where Jenkins came off the board. Obviously, maybe they like some of the others that went earlier, obviously, but you get your guy now, right?
Yeah, I mean, as a Michigan fan, I enjoyed watching him. I mean, he's really good against the run. I mean, like you said with the bench press, this dude's strong, very physical, very athletic. I mean, this is a good move. You lost DJ Reader, so you needed to fill that gap, and I think you did a good job with it. I think he's going to step in from day one and give you at least a really good run defender with some room to grow.
Yep. So now on my defensive line board, of the top 8, 6 are gone. The only 2 remaining that I had here are Mike Hall from Ohio State, Brandon Dorlus from Oregon. We haven't seen an edge rusher get drafted thus far tonight. Chris Braswell from Alabama still out there. Adiza Isaac from Penn State, Braylon Trice from Washington. I know Marshawn Nealon from Western Michigan had a lot of fans. Interior linemen, we've only seen JPJ go, Cooper Beebe, Zach Frazier still on the board. I know Dallas fans want Frazier to still be around.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting to see what's next. Commanders will be back up after they traded back with Philadelphia. So they went with earlier, they drafted a corner. Was that right? No, they drafted Johnny Newton, defensive tackle from Illinois, after adding Jaden Daniels last night. So again, like so, when we talked about them earlier, they can go pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they added some linebackers in free agency, edge rushers, some offensive linemen. I mean, tight end wouldn't surprise me either if they thought a guy fit in this range. I know they added Zach Ertz, but tight end is a need for them. I mean, yeah, you're right. Just about anywhere. I mean, just looking over the depth chart, outside of wide receiver, they don't really need any wide receivers. And running back is a pretty strong spot for them with Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler. So,
Jay Morrison, Bengals beat writer, interesting stat. The last 25 draft picks the Cincinnati Bengals have made, 5 from the University of Michigan.
Go blue. They got a type.
They do have a type. Brad, I'd ask you to keep it professional here, but let's be honest.
No guarantees.
That's not my style.
I won't say no guarantees.
So after we've seen picks come crazy here, we seem to have crawled now. Washington's dragging it out.
Yeah, I mean, it was moving a lot quicker than last night, that's for sure.
Interesting. See who this guy is. There is a I haven't seen double sources on this, but it appears that Darren Waller is hanging it up.
Let's see.
I haven't seen that confirmed anywhere else though. So
Yeah, I see a guy from Sports Illustrated posted 2 hours ago.
yeah, so let's not report that one out then.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait and see. I'm not seeing a lot of it.
So again, we wait on the Commanders. Maybe they actually haven't made a pick. Find that hard to believe. At the pace that we were on earlier, as I said, but yep. But now we've reached the point in the night, Brad, where we're vamping over here because we don't have anything to immediately discuss. Tommy said linebacker for the Commanders, one who can get after the passer.
I mean, so then if you're doing that, you're thinking Braswell. That's probably the most talented. Well, I don't know if you consider him truly a linebacker. Junior Colson would be a fun one here. Peyton Wilson. I mean, kind of any of those top guys that are there.
The pick is finally in, and it's another one of your guys, Brad, Michigan Wolverine, and it is the best nickel in this class.
Ooh, Mr. Mike Saindersteele.
Mike Saindersteele is the pick for the Commanders at pick 50. I know you probably like this one, right, Brad?
I mean, how can you not like this one? I think he, is a day one starter. Well, I mean, obviously a day one starter for them because their secondary is rough. I mean, I think he has enough juice that he could play inside or outside. But yeah, at his size, I would probably like him better as a slot. I mean, he's a ball hawk, and he's got a high motor. I mean, these are things that they needed. So, I like that pick. I think he fits really well in their defense.
Yeah, currently their projected starting nickel is Quan Martin, who was a second-round pick last year. Don't know if they maybe view him more of an outside. They have Benjamin St. Juste and Michael Davis currently slotted as their starting outside corners. So corner definitely useful here for the Commanders. Pittsburgh on the clock, and I was talking to Cowboys and Zach Frazier. This one makes a ton of sense, right? if this is where they go.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely seems like a Steelers type guy, right?
For sure, right?
I'm about to say I see Shane in the chat. Shane, what are we doing here?
While we wait on the Steelers pick, briefly look at the top 10 players available on my board. At the top, wide receiver Adonai Mitchell from Texas, edge rusher Chris Braswell from Alabama, interior offensive lineman Cooper Beebe from Kansas State, offensive tackle Roger Rosengart in Washington, cornerback Enos Rakestraw from Missouri, Zach Frazier, the interior offensive line West Virginia, edge rusher Adisa Isaac from Penn State, cornerback Chris Abrams-Drain from Missouri, and linebacker Peyton Wilson, NC State. Best available on my board as we wait for the Steelers pick to come through.
Yeah, I like everybody taking Frazier here. I mean, he's a very smart interior offensive lineman, and they could use some help there. I mean, they've got some starters, but they could use some improvement. I mean, when you look at what they did in free agency, brought over linebacker help, you got some safety help, you got a corner. I mean, I don't see him taking defensive line. Yeah, I mean, it feels like offensive line almost makes sense. I mean, go offensive line 2 times in a row. They got Fatanu last night and go with Frazier tonight. I mean, they could use an improvement at nickelback. I mean, if Darius Rush is truly their nickel, but
first, we will not slander Darius Rush. Second, I would think if they were targeting nickel, they're probably their target just went away.
Yeah.
Tommy says Frazier from West Virginia, right down 79. Bubba thinks the Cowboys targeting Adonai Mitchell in a few picks. Tommy says Malachi Corley, Western Kentucky, could be a nice target for Pittsburgh. I would not disagree. Very good guy here. And the pick is in, and it's the obvious one. It is Zach Frazier, the interior offensive lineman for West Virginia. And this guy is what you call tough. Brad broke his leg in the season finale of West Virginia, came to the Senior Bowl, did interviews, and went through like not the actual drills, but like the warm-up portion of the drills. And then goes to the combine, does the full field workout. 4 months after breaking his leg, and then at his pro day, tests. That's all the athletic testing. 5 months after breaking his leg. The Pittsburgh fan base is going to love this guy, right?
Yeah, and I hear one of the things that a lot of folks talked about him is just massive hands too, right? Doesn't he have really big hands?
10 and 7/8 hands. Pretty big hands.
Yeah, pretty big hands.
32 and quarter inch arms. Ran a 5.24 40, 30 bench press reps at his, or I think that was actually at the combine. Like I said, he didn't test great.
Broken leg. I mean,
but he tested. I mean, he could have tested just complete ass. And at that point, the point that he actually did it was the thing here. Tommy says he's also a big time wrestler, amateur wrestler, obviously not the professional kind, but amateur wrestler, which tends to be very highly thought of, and a 4.0 GPA. So they get Faltanu last night and Frazier tonight. They're remaking their offensive line, which is bad news for the rest of the AFC North. They're shoring up their weakness here, which has been a weakness for quite a while.
I mean, their run game got significantly better over these last 2 days. I mean, and that's probably a big. I mean, I'm sure Arthur Smith was pointing that out very quickly once he got in the building. So that's huge. And I wonder what they call him as, because he's played some center too, didn't he?
Well, let's see.
And guard. All right, I'm gonna have to do some PFFing real quick here and see what.
Okay.
I feel like
they
he
announced him as a center.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
So that makes a ton of sense here. The Steelers picked 51. Hard to argue with what they've done. And you can't dislike it. Colts now back on the clock at pick 52. They dropped down 6 spots earlier, picked up a couple of 5s. And I can guarantee you we're going to get an athlete here. I just don't know where.
I mean,
they drafted Laiatu Latu in the first round. Wide receiver would make a ton of sense here. Looking at the guys available, Mitchell obviously would stand out as the freakiest best athlete at the position in the draft class. I think we can scratch off Malachi Corley. I think his RAS was sub-green. Tez Walker tested well. They went to North Carolina for a receiver last year with Josh Downs.
Mm-hmm.
The Colts pick is in. See, and it's a freaking joke. It's a gag at this point for Chris Ballard. And the top player left on my board and the most athletic player in the draft class, Texas wide receiver Adonai Mitchell, is the 52nd pick in the draft to the Indianapolis Colts. 9.98 RAS, for this receiver. 31 on my board, 52nd on Shane's, 30th on Paul's. 39.5-inch vertical, 11'4" broad jump, 4.34 40 with a 1.52 10 split. He did all that at 6'2", 205 with 32 and 3/8-inch arms.
I mean,
red zone threat right here.
Oh yeah, great body control. I mean, he's the interesting thing to see how they put him. I mean, is he going to take over on the outside and let Downs play in the slot, and then what? And I mean, and Alec Pierce just gets to watch from the sidelines at this point.
Yeah, Alec Pierce hasn't really worked out thus far, right? Michael Pittman Jr. obviously has. Got the big extension in the offseason. I'm kind of with you. I think Downs moves to the slot, and we just 86 Alec Pierce to the bench, and we're going to put in A.D. Mitchell here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he has to start. I mean, earlier. I mean, because when you have that kind of vertical speed, I mean, between him and Pittman, I mean, who are you going to double?
Yep. Back to Fraser Blues Wolves. Fraser was a 4-time state champion in high school.
Wow. I mean, he's physical, and that's what Pittsburgh wants. They want that physical run game.
Commanders back on the clock. This was one of the other picks they got from the Eagles in that trade down earlier. So they have made a few selections already. They drafted Jaden Daniels last night, Johnny Newton tonight, and Mike Sainer still. So back on the clock here for the Commanders. Anxious to see where they go here. Again, like I said,
I mean, why not a tight end, right? Is there one here that we could see in that range? I mean,
JT Sanders from Texas.
I'm about to say
would be in that range. Maybe they reach a little bit for an athlete like Theo Johnson. I like Ben Sinnott. He's my tight end 2 in this class over JT Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, those are kind of the top guys. Kid from Ohio State, Kate Stover as well. I think he's more of a 3rd, 4th round type potential, but
yeah. I know a lot of people like Jared Wiley.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's going to go this high.
No, I would agree with you. I mean, just looking at what they did, in free agency, and then obviously the pick so far. I mean, it almost.
Could we get I know they drafted Jamin Davis in the high a few years ago, but has that really worked out to the point that we might look at a replacement for him here, like maybe Peyton Wilson or one of the other linebackers, like Junior Colson is another guy that I know. I mean, I don't know how many more damn Michigan players we can draft here in the 2nd round, but geez.
I mean, when you win a national championship, people are going to notice, right?
I'll let you call your shot right here. Brad, do they set the record for most players drafted from one school in a 7-round draft?
I mean, they're certainly primed to do it, but
shoot your shot, Brad.
No, I'm not. You know what? Because Cincinnati loves Michigan players, I'm not going to do it. I can't do it with Washington. They've only drafted one. It wouldn't surprise me if they did, but I think Peyton Wilson still is probably the top linebacker available at this point, right?
Yeah, I believe that would probably be on the consensus for the most part, him being the top linebacker available. He's such a good athlete, man. If the pick isn't in, they're still on the clock, which
maybe
this
there's
has
a
to
trade.
be a first. I think this feels like a first we've had here. The pick is now in. Wow. But that's the longest I've seen somebody go here. Oh, it is a tight end. And it has been Sinnott.
Oh, there you go.
So my number 2 tight end comes off the board, number 2 as the number 2 tight end. I like it.
So what do you like most about Sinnott that made him number 2 behind Bowers?
I actually wasn't. I had him probably like tight end 6 before the Senior Bowl, and then the combine he just blew it up. Right, it was just tested such a crazy good athlete, and when these tight ends test crazy like that, I have to go back and watch. And then I saw, subtleties on tape that I could see the athleticism that maybe I didn't see in my first pass with Kansas State. So that's kind of where I saw the ability to kind of like stretch that middle of the field, and in offense, not there. Interesting, because you as a fantasy guy, and you watch a lot more NFL than I do. I mostly consume college football during the season because of just the draft process and all that. But you as a fantasy writer, in addition to draft coverage for Draft Countdown, how does Cliff Kingsbury use a tight end in his offense? And has Ben Sinnott somebody that could produce there?
Oh, I think so. I mean, they look, Cliff Kingsbury likes to make that field very wide. He likes to spread things out, move the ball around a lot, and a lot of distribution there. And I think tight end plays a big role in that. And because Sinnott has, he's not the fastest tight end in this class, obviously, but he's got well above average speed. He's got very good hands in the passing game. I think he makes her a really interesting option there. And they needed tight end help. When Zach Ertz is your one, and he's been hurt pretty significantly here recently over the last few years and getting older, I mean, why not? And if it wasn't Sanders, Sinnott makes sense in this case. So from a fantasy perspective, I think folks are still going to target this guy, late second in fantasy drafts, but it's still a good pick for the team. I think it's a better football move than fantasy move.
Sinnott measured in at 6 foot, shade under 6'4", 250, 159, 10 split, which is really good for a tight end. 4'6", 40. Did not do any bench, but at a 40-inch vertical.
That's big.
10'6" broad jump. Here's where he wins. Right, as far as the athleticism scale goes, 4.23 short shuttle, 6.82 3-cone for a tight end. 9.75 Raz came in at 66 on my board, 85 on Paul and Shane's board.
I mean, that's big time, because you said he's what, 250?
Yeah.
I mean, that's very athletic. I mean,
And guess what? The Cleveland Browns are on the clock for the first time in the 2024 NFL draft. Ooh. Haven't talked about them yet. So their first round pick belonged to the Texans that they traded to the Vikings in the Deshaun Watson trade. Here's the thing about the Browns, and I did a Browns podcast about a week before the draft, and they don't have many roster holes at all.
Right.
Like, I'm not sure anybody they take here at 54 is starting this year, right? This is a depth selection, a future pick for them. They have a loaded roster. Linebacker is about the only spot where I could see like somebody coming in, but they don't tend to value that position per the Browns guys I was with on that show. So
Braswell really feels like an interesting pick.
Yes, just stack edges on top of edges, right? And
right. Because you got your backup quarterback in Jameis in free agency, so you've made sure the quarterback's there.
Michael Hall. That would be.
I mean, Tommy's been nailing the picks, so why not?
Would make a ton of sense. Mary Kay Cabot, who's a beat writer for the Browns, says they've been in on a lot of offensive tackles and guards.
There's very few of that left. I mean, you could do Cooper Beebe here. That's your guard if you wanted a guard. Yeah, but when you think about, I mean, Joel Bitonio's getting a little older. Wyatt Teller. I mean, I guess you could look to the future at guard. Yeah, I'm going edge rusher just because those are a premier type position that you need to have. You can never have enough of.
Yeah, you're 100% correct on that. I'm wondering what the knock is on Braswell at this point, why he's still on the board. I understand Adiza Isaac a little bit. Braswell's one. I'm kind of a little surprised that is not here.
Yeah, I mean, most folks, when you looked at Braswell, he was kind of in the the top, 5 to 7 range of edge rushers in this draft class. So,
Bubba and Tommy both think great minds think alike. Think that the upside developmental offensive tackle would be interesting here with Kingsley Suamataia, the BYU offensive tackle. Remember, folks, Polynesian names pronounce all the vowels. That is the key.
I like it. You get to pronounce his name if they pick him, though.
Tommy was right the first time.
Oh,
it's Michael Hall.
There you go.
Is the pick, the defensive tackle from Ohio State is off the board. And I will say this, got a good friend who writes for the Browns, Pete Smith, hang out with him at the Senior Bowl a lot. He came down this year to the Senior Bowl specifically because Mike Hall was playing in the game, because he's also a high school coach at Streetsboro High School in Ohio and coached Mike Hall in high school. So he came down to see him, and, now he gets to cover him on the professional level as well. So that's got to be pretty awesome for Pete. And it's a good pickup for the Browns. Mike Hall is a penetrating pass rusher on the interior, and you can't have enough of those guys, right? That can attack the quarterback up the middle. 6'2", 290, 33.5-inch arms, 165, 10 split with a 4.75 40, 24 bench reps, 33 vertical, 9'3" broad jump, 9.55 RAS. Shane, shockingly, the Ohio State grad, higher on Mike Hall than the others here. Shane had him 56 on his board, 70 on mine, 70 on Paul's, but a good pick here for the Browns.
Yeah, 25 bench reps, right? I mean, he's a strong kid. I mean, you can rotate him in and get him work as a young player, but you don't have to thrust him into a starting role. I mean, that's a big move for a Browns team that, is a playoff team. Watson healthy, they keep moving. They should be in contention for a spot.
Now, interesting, and we'll talk about this quickly before we move on to the Dolphins. The Browns have a lot of defensive tackles already on their roster. So I would assume one of these guys is probably going to get turned at some point, either maybe tomorrow or in training camp sometime. But they currently have Dalvin Tomlinson, Shelby Harris, Quentin Jefferson, Maurice Hurst, and their third-round pick last year, Siaki Ika, on their defensive tackle depth chart. Mike Hall will join that group. My thought is one of them guys has got to go.
Well, with the way they play, could you see Hall as kind of an outside guy too? Like maybe not so much truly more of a 3-tech type D tackle where you kind of have him out wide a little more?
Even then, I mean, he was their defensive end depth charts right now. Zadarius Smith, Myles Garrett, Alex Wright, Ogbo Okoronkwo. And they drafted Isaiah McGuire in the 4th round last year. It's like I said, this is a loaded roster, man. This is a good team. All of it doesn't matter if Deshaun Watson continues to suck. It won't matter.
Fair.
So the pick is in for Miami. Let's see if I can.
So they got chopped last night. So what do we do tonight? We go. They got corners. I mean, they could be a tight end team. They don't really have a lot at tight end. They picked up Jonnu Smith as a free agent, but Tommy's been nailing them all night. He says rake a straw. So maybe they go corner here.
Maybe. At this point, I just want him to do wrong, or else, we really actually will have to put him on the payroll.
Hey,
dang, is this going to be the first one tonight where we don't get it tipped before the pick actually gets made?
I'm about to see the pick made on the screen here, and I haven't heard from you yet.
This is I'm not sure I like this, to be honest.
Somebody's not doing their job. Oh, well, that's an interesting pick.
So Patrick Paul, offensive tackle from Houston. I had him in my first round of my mock draft last night because I bought into this. I choked on the smoke a little bit, Brad, and heard that he was going to go much higher than expected, but instead he gets drafted right where he should have been drafted in the mid 50s.
He's huge, isn't he? Like
He's a big
6'7",
guy.
6'8", right?
Yeah, and he's going to be that developmental. He's going to have to develop a little bit here, and that might be a good thing for the Dolphins if they can cash in. 6'7.5", 331, 36 and a quarter inch arms, Brad, 86 and a quarter inch wingspan. Tested like a freak, 17710 split, 513 40, 30 bench press reps, 29-inch vertical, had a 7.653 cone, 9.67 RAS. Shane had him 39 on his board, 59 for myself and Paul. But Patrick Paul kind of goes right where we expected he should have, and this feels like a good pick for the Dolphins.
So they've got their tackle set, but Teron Armstead's getting long in the tooth. So is this your developmental?
And not to mention Armstead can't stay healthy. That's been his knock his entire career, right? Going back to New Orleans.
So is this upside that you hope doesn't have to start early?
I would assume that would be what they're kind of banking on here, right? Because they still have Austin Jackson, right, on one side and Armstead on the other. So, yeah, your assumption here is he can develop behind Armstead and a year from now replace Teron Armstead.
Yeah, I mean, because your depth is not strong. I mean,
no,
Kion Smith and Kendall Lamb are your backup tackles, so that's smart. I mean, for a team that didn't have a ton of holes, I mean, they're certainly not the Browns, but they are a pretty strong roster. That's smart. Try to fix something that could be wrong and could be a problem sooner rather than later. So. And now Dallas is actually on the clock, so let's see if they target a running back here.
That is interesting. Where else may they go? Don't we have a Cowboy fan in the chat, or was that last night? I can't remember.
No, well, he was asking about Zach Frazier, so he probably left when we disappointed him.
Yeah, well, that makes a ton of sense.
I mean, defensive line's pretty set for them. I mean, I guess they could think of Braswell as an edge rusher. Maybe they could target him, but for me, it feels like a running back. Oh, Zach Barrett. Yeah, Zach's still in the chat. Zach, what do you want here? Zach Frazier's off the board. What are you thinking? I'm going running back. I mean, that feels like a spot to get, we get Trey Benson here. Who's your running back too? Because that's
Benson was my running back 1.
Oh, okay. So there you go.
So
I mean, it's either, what is it? Jalen Wright, Trey Benson, Corum. I mean, those are kind of
defensive tackle, maybe
Michael Hall would have been it.
We're about out of those. Brandon Dorless is the only one I have. Yeah. I think that's the only one I have left in the top 100 is Dorless. Let's check on that. Yeah, because I have Mekhi Wingo outside of the top 100. So, yeah, Dorless is it for me. Cornerback has to be in play for Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy, I don't hate it because you've got some guys out there, right? You still have a couple corners that are worthy in this spot. Oh, Zach doesn't like it this early. All right, so we're going Benson based on what myself and the chat are saying. So I guess we'll say running back's going to be the pick. Although they're under a minute left on the clock. So are we working a trade here? Is that what's happening?
I would say Jerry's on the phone and the pick is in.
Pick is in.
So they're calling somebody. I've always wondered this. You see all this high-fiving and hugging in the war room. Do you think this stuff's staged for the cameras? Or are they legit excited because they drafted whoever they're talking to on the phone?
I mean, when I watch Detroit's war room with how insane Brad and Dan get, I mean, I start to think, okay, maybe this is real. I mean, some of these other war rooms, I mean, like you saw everybody saw the Atlanta Falcons war room last night, did not seem as excited. So it may not be staged. I mean, there may be some legitimacy to the excitement.
Maybe.
I know Detroit's war room is definitely not staged because Brad Holmes about broke a table last year.
You can't fake that. You can't fake those guys. Those guys are just psychos. Okay, the pick is in, and Dallas is going on the edge, but it's not Chris Braswell. It's Western Michigan edge rusher Marshawn Nealon.
Oh, that's an interesting. I mean, why would you take Nealon over the others that are available still? I mean, Isaac and Braswell are higher up, right?
They are on my board, but perhaps not on the Cowboys board. And I've heard that once we got past a certain spot in the draft, we're going to start seeing chaos, and with guys going all over the board here. Now, I'll say this: I am underappreciated Marshawn Nealon. I was whelmed. I wasn't overwhelmed. I wasn't underwhelmed. I was just whelmed at the Senior Bowl by Nealon's performance there. But obviously, my partners at Draft Countdown here, Paul and Shane, much higher on Nealon than I am. Shane has him 35 on his board, Paul 36. I come in at 99. So I am just inside the top 100, and I might be way off here. I'm not going to say I'm not. He's a 9.54 athlete at 6'3", 267, 34.5-inch arms, got a 4.75 40, 21 bench press reps, 35.5-inch vert. He's a good athlete, produced at Western Michigan. Like I said, I'm just lower on him than obviously every damn single person else, it appears. So I guess we'll see.
I mean, the nice thing is he was used all over Western Michigan's front, right? Like he was used as an outside edge rusher, as a hand in the dirt guy some. I mean, I think he even took some snaps in the linebacker position. I mean, so depending on what they want to do with him, I mean, there may be some versatility there that they liked over some of these other guys.
Yeah, maybe some inside out type stuff, maybe inside on rush downs, outside on base sets. They pass over Chris Braswell, who's falling a lot here. Adisa Isaac, Penn State. Braylon Trice tested poorly from Washington. I understand why he's kind of fallen a little bit. So Marshawn Nealon was edge number 9 for me. Comes off the board here at pick 56. And that brings us to Tampa Bay, who took Graham Barton in the first round last night. Who's the best corner available? Because that has to be where they're looking, where Enos Rakestraw, TJ Tampa would be of note here. Maybe Andrew Phillips from Kentucky, if you're going above board a little bit.
Well, and you like Abrams from.
I do like Abrams Drain, but yeah. I'm like I said, this is the opposite of the Marshawn Nealon deal, where I am lower on Nealon than everybody else. I am much higher on Chris Abrams Drain than everybody else at Draft Countdown. I have Abrams Drain because I like his ball skills and his versatility inside or out. He didn't run as fast, which is why I think he's more of a slot. Well, he did run a 4.44, but the rest of his testing was kind of poor. Paul did not have him in the top 100. Shane has him at 159, but I have Abrams Drain at 45. So there's obviously a huge disconnect on him as a prospect for me. Bubba says, I'm rooting for TJ Tampa to be the pick here just because it's Tampa. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's speak it into existence. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of. I mean, depending on what type of corner you're looking for. I mean, I even like guys that might be a little farther down. You know, Kyrie Jackson, DJ James. I mean, they have some traits that I think, but I don't think those are second round traits. But I mean,
Right.
it almost feels like corner has to be the pick, right?
Well, it is not, but the pick is in, and we're going to get some edge rusher here for Tampa Bay. Now, Joe Tryon Shoyinka, who is a favorite of Draft Countdown because he's the guy, he's our cue to know when to cut the video at the end of the podcast each week. But they drafted Logan Hall in the second round 2 years ago. Now they're going to add Chris Braswell, the edge rusher from Alabama. Highest player on the board, 31 overall on my board, goes here at pick 57 to Tampa Bay.
I mean, that's a huge return for them. I mean, most folks had him as an early second. Some had him in the first. I think I had him in the first in some mocks. I mean, you know, he's got the athletic profile.
Yep. 32nd on my board, 59 on Shane's, 46 on Paul's, 8.63 RAS, 4.6 40 at 6'3", 251 with a 1.59-10 split. Had a 33.5-inch vertical, 907. He's 6'3", 251, as I said, 33.25-inch arms. He was opposite of Dallas Turner this year, so he got a lot of did not get as much attention as he should, and he produced at Alabama. So the production profile is there. The athletic profile is there. Just falls down the board a little bit to Tampa Bay. So good pick here for the Bucks.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys that you can do some different things with and move him across or around the formation. So I think it's huge for them. I mean, that'll be a good spot for him to go to.
So that puts Green Bay back on the clock for the second time here in the second round. The earlier pick, they traded back a few spots with New Orleans, got a couple of day 3 picks out of that. And now they're back up. They drafted a linebacker on the last go, Edgerrin Cooper, right? Mm-hmm. I'm going to go back again. I think safety could be in play. They drafted Jordan Morgan, offensive lineman in the first round last night. Could they go with a corner or safety here?
Yeah, I mean that almost seems like it has to be the pick, right? I mean, you've got almost all the safeties still available if they have one they really like. You know, obviously we've got a couple of high end corners, guys that are solid second round choices that are there still. So I'm going to lean corner just because I know that they're not as strong as at corner. But when you look at their depth chart, I mean, it really is Xavier McKinney and then a lot of depth guys at safety. So
Greg Allman tweeted, Chris Braswell was twice named to Bruce Feldman's freaks list. Ooh. And it's been clocked as fast as 21.9 miles per hour and can squat 705 pounds.
Oh, gosh.
That sounds like a lot.
That is, I mean, that is a lot. That's a huge return for them. I think Tampa will be very happy with that.
Tommy's
always. So we're, I mean, Rasheed Walker.
The pick is
Zach
in.
Tom.
The pick is in, and they do indeed go safety. And it is my number one safety on my board. It is Javon Bullard from Georgia. Comes off number 71 overall on my board. As I said, I will say this. This means that my bold prediction, obviously, when it ended earlier, I said on my column a few weeks ago, no safeties would go in the first 2 rounds. That obviously died when Tyler Nubin went. But I like this pick for Green Bay. Javon Bullard. It's a heck of an athlete at Georgia and one of their better players on a really good defense.
Yeah, I mean, and he's, I mean, you know, he's got good athletic upside. He's got good speed. What was he in the 4.4s? He had gosh, I'll have to pull a Brian. He had what's that? 1.51 10-yard split. So that's I mean, he's definitely
157 officially, a 4.47 40, a
157.
5'10", 198, 33-inch vertical, which is kind of low, which that brought down his RAS significantly. But the 397 short shuttle, one of the best in the draft class, 8.16 RAS, 71 on my board, 62 on Paul and Shane's. So they obviously thought higher of safeties in this class than I did, as they neither of them had Bullard as their top safety, but had him higher ranked than me, who had him as the top safety.
Oh, and I mean, and he's got a high football IQ, played in a really good defense. I mean, Georgia's produced a lot of NFL defensive players over the last few years, and it'll be interesting to see where they play him, though, because I think he has experience as a corner as well, right?
I do believe he has some slot experience. Not 100% sure on that. You've got access to the PFF. You can, if you want to look that up while we're jabbering on here as we get ready to talk about the Texans again, who are back up. But it would be an interesting fit if they do. Nichols, Keyshawn Nixon, who's their main kick returner, currently listed as their nickel, but also they're slated to start Anthony Johnson, a 7th-round pick last year at free safety. So I imagine Bullard would probably get a first crack at that.
Yeah, he's played a significant amount of snaps at slot corner, wide corner, free safety. He even played some linebacker. He was in the box for, it looks like, 25 reps throughout the season. So, I mean, they are definitely not afraid to use them all over the formation at Georgia. So
yeah, there you go. This is so good. This is a coach. This screams a coach pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is interesting. Taking it back to the Bengals pick of Chris Jenkins, Bruce Feldman tweeted, "He is the mutant of all mutants," Jim Harbaugh told him. What is a Turkish get up? I don't know. But anyway, he apparently did that with a 170-pound dumbbell.
Turkish get up. Turkish get up is one of the most comprehensive, holistic exercises you can do. It looks like it's very uncomfortable.
And he did that with a 175-pound dumbbell, apparently.
Yeah, it looks like you basically have one foot and hand on the ground, and then you're just swinging that thing up long. It looks very uncomfortable.
I'm hurting just hearing you talk about it. So the pick is in before it got tipped here. The Texans have taken offensive tackle Blake Fisher from Notre Dame.
I like him.
Well, talk to me about Blake Fisher here as
yeah, he's a very agile tackle. I mean, obviously Joe Alt was the big name there, but Fisher, I think if you want to pull him, he's got the athletic ability to really take it to the next level and the second level and be a good blocker there. I think, he doesn't necessarily have to start day one from you for Houston, but I think over time he could develop into a nice starter for them. I mean, I like this pick a lot. He's not Joe Alt good, but he's definitely, and he's big too. 6'5", 6'6", well over 300 pounds.
It seems to me that the Texans taking Blake Fisher here over some of these other offensive tackles on the board, like Sua Matea that we've talked about, and some of the others, Karan Megaji and others. They want the steady Eddie and not the a guy developmental, right?
I would think you want a guy. I mean, Notre Dame produces a lot of good offensive linemen, so why not just stick to what works? And and like I said, they don't have to start him from day one. I mean, he doesn't have to play. He could be, in case of emergency. I was just pulling up their roster at this point. Because they still got Tunsil, and then on the right side they've got they got Titus Howard,
who they just extended, right? So yeah. A move inside, Tommy suggested, might be in the works. Buffalo's pick at 60 is in. So we'll see where they go here.
Yeah, Houston's got Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason on the inside. So I mean, this feels like it's for the future, not for now, but I like it.
The run on safeties has started, Brad, as the pick is in.
Oh, well, they needed one.
And they've got one. They got the number 2 safety in the class on my board. I'm gonna get to Bob. I'm gonna get to you in just a second because I will talk about the Iron Sheik anytime I can. But Cole Bishop, Utah, is the pick here, and I love this pick here. A third-year player, got to play at the Senior Bowl, 6'2", 206, short arms, sub 30-inch arms, 29 3/4, but a 1.53 10 split with a 4.45 40, 39-inch vertical, 10'4" broad jump. Tested a 9.87 athlete. Paul, the highest, 38th on his board. He loved him some Cole Bishop. He also loves him some Sione Vaki too, but that's another story for another day. Shane, 57 on his board, 74 on my board, but 9.87 RAS from Cole Bishop. Good pick here for Buffalo at a position of need, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just looking at where they played him last year, I mean, he could play some slot corner. He was in the box for 112 snaps. I mean, you could play him at safety. You could move him around. I mean, because when you look at what they've got, their corners, Roswell Douglas, Christian Bedford. Their nickelback right now is Teron Johnson. I mean, and then their safeties are Taylor Ropp, Mike Edwards. So, I mean, you just can plug them in.
Your Lions are on the clock. Actually, they're not on the clock anymore. I've got the pick. But where did they go last night?
They got themselves a corner.
And that was Terrion Arnold, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you say they could use another corner, Brad?
Absolutely could use another corner.
Well, Brad, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. They've got them another corner.
Did they get Enos Rakestraw?
As the Detroit Lions at pick 61 have selected Missouri cornerback Enos Rakestraw.
Let's go.
So the Lions, Terrion Arnold and Enos Rakestraw, we're feeling pretty good now about that corner room all of a sudden, right?
I mean, it went from a need to it's a strength. I mean, and this is another high football IQ guy. He's physical. He's got that gritty thing that Detroit seems to like. I mean, the agility is very apparent when you look at the film. So I love the pick. I think that's huge.
I always love when teams early on in the draft double up at the same position, right? This is always an interesting dynamic to follow and see how that works out. Like I said, we got Terrion Arnold last night. Now Enos Rakestraw coming to Detroit, 4th-year player, 5'11", 183, 32-inch arms, 1.52 10 split with a 4.5 140, 13 reps, 10-foot broad jump, 4.36 short shuttle, a 6.07 RAS, so not the best athlete, but 38 on my board, 53 on Shane's, 45 on Paul's. We get him at pick 61 here for the Lions. You are happy.
Absolutely. I mean, he can play man. He can play zone. I mean, he and the nice thing is with Terrion Arnold and then what they did in free agency, I mean, he doesn't have to start early. I mean,
they traded for Carlton Davis, correct?
Yep. So their starters are Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold. You got Amik Robertson for depth. Emmanuel Mosley came back. Brian Branch is your nickel and your safety. I mean, it's becoming a strength, that's for sure. And they needed it. Last year they got picked apart through the air.
Ravens now on the clock. Just looking at the best available players, I'm going to assume they're going to draft Cooper Beebe because the Ravens draft every player that falls right in their lap, as tends to be how they do it. Go back to Bubba's question earlier. Is the Turkish Dumbo the thing the Iron Sheik used to swing back in the day? No, sir. That was the Persian Club, sir. That was the Persian Club. The Iron Sheik. The Persian. I love the Sheik.
I just watched the video the other day where he had Ultimate Warrior doing that, and he could not do it very much.
Couldn't do it. Yeah. Rest in peace, Sheiky, baby. One of the best Twitter follows of all time,
and one of the most entertaining wrestlers of the 80s and 90s. I mean,
that is correct.
His feuds with Sergeant Slaughter are legendary.
Legendary. See, this is why I like having you on, Brad. I could never interject wrestling into the NFL draft with Shane in here.
I mean, he probably doesn't know much about that. The funny thing though is I don't know a lot of newer wrestling. Like I try to watch a little bit. I'm more 80s and 90s wrestling 100% of the time.
I am as well, obviously, but I do still follow it. Barry Sanders is going to announce the pick here, by the way, while we're talking about legends.
A legend, but the most like just relaxed dude. It's like, dude, I want you to just yell, just scream, just for the fun of it.
Doesn't seem to be in his DNA, does it?
No, the most relaxed. Like even when he's hype, it's like, all right, Detroit fans, let's go. Like, what to sleep? What are we doing?
The Ravens did take a player that fell right in their lap. I'll give them that. It wasn't Cooper Beebe though. They go the second highest rated player left on my board at pick 62. The Ravens select Roger Rosengarten, the offensive tackle from Washington. Who, if you only watched the national championship game this year, you probably would have had a day 3 grade on Roger Rosengarten. But if you watched every other game and saw him at the Senior Bowl, you can see why he's a second round pick and came in at 37 on my board. Supremely talented, good athlete, right tackle for the Huskies with Faltano on the left side. Rosengarten here to Baltimore. And kind of a need pick, right?
I mean, they got Daniel Falele over there on the right side. So, I mean, he definitely competes for playing time early. I mean, Falele was what, 20? I think he was drafted 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah.
Falele's a big dude. That's about all I can say.
I mean, that's his calling card.
Yeah, he's big. That's all I got. Rosengarten, I mentioned 9.2 RAS for him. Goes to the Ravens. 6'5", 308, 33 and a half inch arms, 4'9", 240 at 308 pounds.
Wow.
He's
a mover.
What we call moving. 20 reps, 30 inch vertical, 4.6 short shuttle, 37 on my board, 48 on Shane's, and 49 on Paul's. Goes to the Ravens at pick 62. Good value, as the Ravens do.
Always do. I mean, they let the board fall to them. I mean, and with that kind of athletic upside, I mean, that's a guy that you're hoping is blocking at the second level for you and letting that run game hit. So, I mean, he's definitely a different type of tackle than Falele. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there.
San Francisco's on the clock here at pick 63. We've got 2 picks left in the second round. Then we'll move on to the third. But San Francisco kind of, all the talk about Penix and Nix as surprise picks in round 1. I don't think a whole lot of talk with the surprise of Ricky Pearsall, the wide receiver from Florida, going 31st to the 49ers. I guess the initial thought is, are they going to end up moving Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel at some point, or are they just going to roll with all 3 and Pearsall in the slot?
I mean,
around a little bit.
Well, I mean, they can do whatever they want at that point. They don't have a lot of depth at receiver. So whether they stick with what they've got and just kind of try to make the best of it or not, I mean, they needed pass catchers. I mean, their tight ends outside of George Kittle are not great at that, and they only have 2 really good receivers. So if I'm San Francisco, if you really want to try to push for the title, why are you moving 2 of your best offensive players? Either one of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's something has happened in that room somewhere that's am I reading the Chiefs have come up 1 pick?
Let me check. I love you, Bubba. I don't see anything about the Chiefs trading up.
Yeah. One day I'll get that PS5. One day. I go to Disney too much to afford a PS5.
I'm about to say Disney is taking all your money. That is not cheap.
No, it is not.
I've never been there, but every time I've heard people talk about it, it sounds very expensive.
It is quite expensive. I'll say that. I do love Disney. But it's it's a financial commitment. I'll say that.
When I vacation,
I am fortunate enough that I can drive it.
oh yeah,
Right?
I guess they did trade. I'm seeing
Yep.
Kansas City trade
So
across the screen.
they swapped up here. Why? I'm trying to figure this one out. So Kansas City's going to come up to 61. San Francisco's going to go down to 62.
That's such a weird move. I mean, they got the receiver already. I mean, what do you go?
So
corner?
they swap 173 and 211. I don't know what rounds those are in. Let's pull up Tankathon here. Should have already had this pulled up, to be honest.
It's fifth and sixth round.
Okay, so San Francisco picks up a 5. They swap about 25 spots to do this one pick here. And Kansas City is coming up to, I don't know.
I'm about to say corner seems like the pick, I would guess. Maybe a linebacker.
Here we go. They're going to get the developmental tackle we have been talking about. The entire time, and it's the connection to BYU and Andy Reid continues here as it's Kingsley Suamataia, the offensive tackle from Brigham Young, heads to Kansas City.
I mean, he's an elite athlete. I mean, that's for sure. But the nice thing is he's another one of those. You don't have to start him early. I mean, I guess it depends on how you feel about Juwan Taylor, right? Because you could start him early on the right side.
That's a whole other deal, right? Didn't he get benched at some point last year?
So. I mean, when you're offsides every play, you just might as well sit down.
That's fair.
Because their tackles are Wanya Morris, Juwan Taylor, Lucas Niang. I mean, those are kind of their big guys. So
interesting selection for Kansas City. Third-year player, 6'4", 326, 34.5-inch arms, 5'04", 40, 9.39 athlete, 56 on my board. Shane had a first-round grade on 32nd on Shane's board, 58th on Paul's. Goes to Kansas City at the second to last pick here of the second round. San Francisco back on the clock.
So maybe they are going to start him then. I mean, if everybody thinks he's a first round type talent, maybe he got drafted so that he can be. I mean, he's a better pass protector than he is a run blocker, at least at this point.
To finish up on the Disney talk, Zach says one of his friends flies his family to Disney for a week every Christmas. You couldn't pay me to go to Disney during Christmas, much less for me to pay to go down there during that period of time.
I mean, it seems like they go all out, though. Like every time you see pictures of Disney Christmas, it's like, oh, looks really nice.
But if you go 2 weeks before Christmas, it's still Christmas.
That's fair.
In the parks. And Bubba says, go to Dollywood instead. No, absolutely not. I will say this. I will never, ever, ever set foot on purpose in Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, Sevierville again.
Why?
Did it once, won't do it again. Not my style, Brad.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, I love the South. Like, I love vacationing down south. I mean, you just pick a place, and I feel like I've been there.
Yeah, the Smoky Mountains, not for me.
No,
I'll say that.
That's fair. We typically vacation. We wind down, so we find a beach somewhere, rent a house for a week, and relax. So
maybe I'm
not
spoiled,
a hustle and bustle guy,
I guess. But because I can just drive to a beach.
I mean, you are much closer than in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Our nearest beaches are not near us.
So the pick is in for the 49ers, and it is going to be Florida State defensive back Renardo Green. The pick here at pick 64. I have him as a safety. Could be a corner, depending on how they view him. 8.15 RAS. This will be my second excursion off the top 100. I have Green at 152. Shane has him at 123. So his first dip off the top 100. However, and I'd love to get Paul's take on this at some point. Paul has him at 77 on his board. So right in about that area for him. Do you have any thoughts on Renardo Green?
Yeah, I mean, I liked. It'll be interesting to see where they put him, but I liked Renardo Green. I think when you look at San Francisco's secondary, I mean, Isaac Yadam and Demadora Lenore are one of your outside and your nickel. I mean, I think Green pushes for playing time in either of those positions. I think their safeties are set with Hufanga and Jair Brown. So I think he probably plays more corner for San Francisco, but he's explosive. I mean, that's something that I think would help. And I think he's probably better in press than he is coverage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tommy said he is a slot corner and makes a whole lot of sense.
We're right here, Tommy.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Maybe that was my.
Love you.
Dwayne said, "Did anybody just watch Sewell Matea flat foot?"
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
and landed. Yeah, you're right. And he did not slip.
No, sir. If I'm not mistaken, nope, never mind. I forgot Edgerrin Cooper and Jonathan Brooks were technically at the Shrine.
Right.
Although they didn't actively participate in the Shrine. So as far as players go that actively participated at the East-West Shrine game, Renardo Green is the first one off the board. But we're into the third round now, and the Carolina Panthers are back on the clock, having taken Xavier Leggett, the wide receiver, and Jonathan Brooks, the running back. So they're back up now, and Brooks is the only running back that's been drafted through 2 rounds.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think you could consider running back.
Well, Carolina's already taken one, so they're not.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm just saying, but I was saying there's only been one, and he was taken by Carolina.
Yeah. I mean, Carolina has some needs, so they could go a few different directions.
The Jets are on the clock. Carolina's traded out.
Oh, let's see. Oh, that's an interesting move.
Have to go to the round 3 trade page here.
Yeah, so Panthers traded pick 65, Jets traded 72 and 157.
And 157 is in the fifth round.
Yeah.
So they get back the 5th round pick they just dealt to come back up, right, for Jonathan Brooks to go back 7 spots here. The Jets coming up. We haven't talked about the Jets. They didn't pick tonight because their second round pick went in the Rodgers trade. So they haven't picked since they drafted
Olu
Fashanu at 11 last night. So
did they get a tight end? Did they target tight end here?
Could be.
Theo Johnson's
JT
out
Sanders,
there.
Theo Johnson. Yeah, one of those guys would be interesting.
I don't really know. They don't really need receiver. I mean, they could use. They don't really need interior offensive linemen.
No, that's definitely. I mean, that's the strength of their team is up the middle.
Yeah.
On the offensive line, I could see tight end being a place here. Linebacker, yes, I could see that as well. Pass rusher, maybe. Well, no, they kind of set their corner.
I mean, Bubba,
opposite of Sauce.
Bubba's asking if they need wide receiver help. I mean, I guess it depends on
that. Yeah.
Depends on what you think about Mike Williams.
Yeah, but he's had health issues, right? So, but at this point, you have to go all in on everything, right? Because this is probably it this year and maybe next.
Maybe.
And then you're blowing it up again, right?
Most likely. Unless you can find a way to find a quarterback. Because Aaron's not going to be much longer for this one.
It appears they are getting a wide receiver.
Oh.
And I'm trying to see who broke this. Jordan Schultz, so I'm going to roll with it. Malachi Corley, the wide receiver from Western
Good
Kentucky, choice. The Deebo Samuel clone here. I got to tell you, his thighs were about as big around as me when I saw him at the Senior Bowl.
We got an A.J. Dillon on our hands, eh?
Yes, Quadzilla here. But as a wide receiver, Malachi Corley, good pick here for the Jets to start round 3.
I loved watching Steve Smith's interview with him. I don't know if you've watched Steve Smith stuff on YouTube, but Steve Smith kind of likened Corley's game to his own, and in a lot of ways I could see it. Physical, a solid route runner. I think Corley's very athletic. I mean, he's definitely a yak guy for sure, and that's a good pick for Rodgers.
Yep, his Instagram handle is Yak King. No shortage Fantastic. Of confidence.
Hey, another one. He's going to need it going to the New York media market.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, their defense isn't the problem, so I'm perfectly fine with this. He's like Deebo. You're right, Tommy. I mean, yeah, I could have made the case for a Roman Wilson type either than that spot, Tommy. So that's a good call there.
So Malachi Corley is the pick. Like I said, I feel like this is good for Rodgers, like you said, and starting the 3rd round off here. I think I have 5 wide receivers left in my top 100 left available now. Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, Tez Walker, Javon Baker, Malik Washington. I may have Johnny Wilson in there as well, so I can't remember. And Jalen McMillan. So, yeah, I do have both of those guys in.
Yeah.
So there's still receivers to be had here.
This is a strong receiver class, so that doesn't surprise me.
Cardinals on the clock now. Like they've been here a few times tonight.
And will be a few more. So we've got Marvin Harrison, we got Darius Robinson, we got Max Melton. We still need plenty of other things.
Well, the pick is in, and running back 2 is coming off the board, and it's running back 1 on my board. It's Trey Benson.
Big move.
The running back for Florida State, 6'2", 216, 4.39 speed, 1.52, 10 split, 9.75 RAS, 51 on my board, 34 on Shane's, 39 on Paul's. Just pure fantasy here going to Arizona. What you think?
Huge. Oh, it's big. I mean, James Conner's been fine for fantasy, but Trey Benson does something that James Conner can't. I mean, James Conner is kind of your between the tackles guy, can be a goal line type guy, but Trey Benson could take the top off the defense. I mean, he's got that long speed. He's got that strength. From a fantasy perspective, this solidifies him as, probably an early 2nd round draft pick. I mean, because there's so many good receivers, Benson probably can't make a 1st round push, but maybe. So definitely a good move. And Arizona, I mean, I said it after night 1. I said, give me all the Kyler Murray shares I can get. If they can keep him healthy, I mean, this offense could really be fun to watch and be good for fantasy.
Absolutely. Yep. Commanders, I know we've said their name a lot, right? Back on the clock now. Here, only 1 linebacker has come off the board. This feels like a good spot for one of those, right? Edgerrin Cooper, the only linebacker drafted so far.
I mean, I still keep going Colson. I mean, Colson or Peyton Wilson are kind of just feel like that. At what point here now are we going to hear those names called?
Absolutely.
And Aaron Rodgers approves of the Malachi Corley pick as well.
Of course he does. Why wouldn't he?
Man, that's going to be a fun offense. Brees Hall, Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, Malachi Corley. I mean, they got some playmakers.
26 of the first 65 picks from the Senior Bowl.
Wow. Jim Nagy must be elated. Oh, yeah. Daniel Jeremiah is best available currently. Peyton Wilson, Colson, and Andrew Phillips are the top three.
So Trey Benson is the pick that's in for the Cardinals as we wait for the Commanders at pick 67 of the third round.
Tommy says Troy Franklin.
It feels like it's time for him, right?
They need receivers.
Washington does need a receiver. I definitely. Who's the other wide receiver? I just mentioned all of them a few seconds ago, but yes,
all of them.
All of
Washington. Washington could use some depth, right? I mean, McLaurin and Dotson are good. Then after that, Diami Brown, Jamison Crowder, Olamide Zacchaeus. I mean,
with Zacchaeus, maybe they're looking to upgrade in the slot a little bit.
I think so. I mean, because you've got your outsides pretty well set, but you still need depth.
If that's the spot, if we're looking for a slot guy, Roman Wilson from Michigan, would fit that bill. Malik Washington from Virginia, Jalen McMillan from Washington would goes tight end. I mean, we've only had two of those guys come off the board. We mentioned Jatavion Sanders from Texas, Theo Johnson, Jared Wiley, Cade Stover. I purposely skip over Jaheim Bell because I don't think he's going to go this high.
Yeah, Washington got their tight end. I think they're good there with Sinnott, but I think you're right the rest of the way around.
Yep. The pick is in, and it's an athlete on the offensive line. It's Brandon Coleman from TCU. Tackle guard, versatile. How about that? We'll go with that. The pick here for the Commanders. And when I say athlete, 9.98 RAS.
Oh, wow.
Is Brandon Coleman from TCU. He's 6'4", 313, 34 and 5/8 inch arms, 4.99 40 at 313 with a 1.73 split. Did not do the shuttles, but a 34-inch vertical and a 9'6" broad jump. Was number 93 on my board, but 69 on Shane's and Paul's.
So obviously they're a bit higher. I mean, that's an athletic profile that you just can't pass up. Cornelius Lucas is their tackle and Andrew Wiley. So you got a left and right tackle that could use improvement in time. Interior, Allegretti and Cosme are probably fine. And obviously center's good. So you think he's probably a tackle in this system?
I would think so. I think they'll let him start at tackle and see where it goes. Would be my guess.
Yeah, at that size, that's a lot of that's some athletic speed right there, and man, that's a big kid moving that fast.
No doubt about it.
They put him as a guard here, at least on the on the NFL stream.
So that's interesting. If that is where,
if that's really what they do with him,
he ultimately ends up.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought he was a guard. The Patriots pick is in at pick 68, and they kind of go off the reservation as the Patriots usually do.
I don't think they need linebacker. They got Matt Judon, Juwan Bentley, Jelani Tavai, Sione Takitaki, Anthony Jennings, Marte Mapu. So I'm guessing I don't even think secondary, probably not as big a need. Got to be in the offensive side of the ball.
It is on the offensive side of the ball. Now, I'm going to say this. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say I just completely overlooked this guy at all. So I'm probably not the best one to pass judgment here. Shane has him 114 on his board. I did not rank him at all in my top 300.
Wow.
So this is, at this point, I'm just going to call oversight on my part. And I have no idea. But Caden Wallace, the offensive tackle from Penn State, is the pick here at almost shade under 6'5", 314, 5'1", 540, 31-inch vertical, 9 foot 8 broad jump. I'm ashamed of myself here. I was like a 9.1 athlete. I feel like I just completely dropped the ball here.
You know what? But there's a humbling feeling to being honest, right? Like you missed it. Okay. Well, so where did Shane have him ranked? You said 114.
Shane had him at 114. So just outside. I mean, on the 4th round here.
I mean, they need. That's if you've got that kind of RAS score, you're a pretty solid athlete. So
right.
That's definitely something that, New England needs on our offensive line. So now we got to think about where are we putting him. So he's considered a tackle from Penn State. Connor McDermott is currently their left tackle, and obviously Mike Onwenu is their right. So their right is fine. So he's probably attempting to be left tackle, but he's probably, with Fashanu, he probably played significantly on the right side. So
yeah, he was the right tackle for Penn State. They had him in for a 30 visit in New England. So it's a guy they're familiar with. And the Patriots in the past have been a bane of my existence when it comes to these rankings, because they like I said, they tend to pick their guys, be damned what the consensus and everybody else thinks. But like I said, I feel like this is just a complete oversight on my part, that I at least should have had him ranked in my top 300 and not
easily
completely off the board there. So Caden Wallace is the pick to New England.
They need to protect their quarterback, so smart that they grab one. And when you think about what tackles are available currently, sure, why not?
I had 37 offensive tackles higher than him.
Okay, so let's say you did evaluate him. Are there guys currently on the board that you think would probably be better? Let's play some hypothetical here.
Let's just hypothetically say guys that I had 3rd round grades on or higher. Karan Amegaji from Yale is coming off an injury, but I thought he was better. I thought Christian Jones, Javon Foster, they're experienced offensive tackles at big time programs.
I'm about to say, what about the kid from Kansas? Was that Pooney?
I got him as an interior guy. DeMar Glaze from Maryland was just a stud at the Senior Bowl. Really jumped out to me there, and I was a fan. And you have just in the 4th round, I would have liked Tylen Grable or Matt Goncalves from Pitt. So those are just guys just initially thought that I would have ahead of Caden Wallace. But like I said, I'm sad. I legit feel sad about this.
Always room to improve, right?
Every year. There's always something that will strike here. I've missed the Chargers pick because I already know what the Giants pick is.
Oh.
Okay, so the Chargers at pick 69 are going to take your guy from Michigan, linebacker Junior Colson, is going to be the pick of the Chargers. There you go.
Harbaugh got his guy.
He sure did. Colson did not test, but 6'2", 238. I know he had an injury. It got late in the season. I can't remember what it was. But talk about Junior Colson here, as he's a Michigan guy.
Great in coverage. If you're having him be a guy that drops back in coverage, I think that's going to be huge. Football IQ is there. Great against the run. Because linebackers been so devalued over the years, it's hard. Like he could have he could have been one of those guys that you really should consider to be drafted higher, but linebacker's been so devalued here recently that it stinks because he's such a good, not only is he a good athlete, but just a good ball player. I mean, the interesting thing is I don't know what the Chargers are going to do with him because, it seems like he's your day one starter in the middle, but they had Dion Henley last year that at least it seemed like they did a pretty good job. We saw that he was growing there a little bit, and they've spent, then they have some solid starters already. So I don't know what they're doing here or how they're going to deploy this defense, but Colson's probably a day one starter for him.
Yeah, I mean, he'd probably be would he be like a green dot guy for them?
Oh, easily. I mean, he knows Harbaugh's scheme, that's for sure.
And the next pick was in already, 70 to the Giants, and it's cornerback Andrew Phillips from Kentucky, big time Senior Bowl for him when he was down here. Phillips also a solid athlete here, 4.48 speed at 5'10", 190, and with a 42-inch vertical and 11'3" broad jump. Also had good shuttles. 8.04 RAS, 66 on Shane's board, 78 on Paul's, 90 on mine.
Oh, he's a day one starter across from Deonte Banks. When you think about what they've got currently in their corner room, I mean, you could tell that the Giants realized secondary was a need. The last two picks have been secondary guys, and Tyler Nubin, and then obviously Andrew Phillips. So I like it. I mean, his closing speed, you can tell on film, he's got really good closing speed, and I think that'll serve him well at the next level.
Arizona back on the clock at pick 71.
That shouldn't be surprising. Arizona's got 1, 2 of the next 10 picks.
Yeah. I mean, they just picked, right? So
yeah,
they picked Trey Benson.
Yeah. So, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. They've 2 offense and 2 defense so far. But again, they needed everything. So,
yes.
Except for quarterback, obviously. Kyler Murray and Desmond Ridder, I think they're set there.
Right. Let's look ahead here. Is there a spot where Spencer Rattler can come off the board here pretty soon?
We got Vegas coming up. Vegas feels like the spot if he's going to come off the board because that's really it. I mean, you got the Rams a little bit later, but
I would have said the Giants had they not just taken Andrew Phillips.
Right. Yeah, because it's got Arizona, Carolina, Dallas, Atlanta, Chicago, Denver. I mean, half of those teams already picked quarterbacks yesterday, and so yeah, it feels like Vegas, the Rams, or
I can't have Shane being right here and Spencer Rattler falling into day 3 now. I can't have this.
I mean, Shane's trying to redeem himself. He made some blown calls last night. Oh yeah, I mean they can use an interior.
Cedric Von Pond Granger there. It is an interior offensive lineman. It is not Cedric Von Pond Granger from Georgia. It is Isaiah Adams from Illinois. They're going to announce him as an offensive tackle, but he is a multi-position player here from Illinois. I have his interior offensive lineman. Like I said, he played all 5 spots in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. So interesting where the Cardinals announce him at. Like I said, on Twitter it said offensive tackle. I'll be curious to see if that's where he ends up. 102 on Shane's board.
I'm about to say, when you look at PFF, he played 730 snaps at right tackle last year, 9 at left, and 101 at left guard. So he definitely has some versatility there.
So that's something you like here for sure with Isaiah Adams, is that versatility.
Yeah,
I will say this: Jim Nagy said he was going to go early the other night on Twitter. And he was the guy he pointed out from the Senior Bowl that's going to go higher that nobody's talking about.
He nailed it.
He did.
But that shouldn't be surprising. I mean, Jim Nagy is very, very smart.
Very connected.
Yeah.
That guy is.
I mean, and it really fits for what they can do, right? I mean, Jonah Williams, they got in free agency, should be their left tackle from day one. But then the other spots, I mean, Paris Johnson's your right tackle, and then the interior, I mean, you could do whatever you needed to. So he could play any of those spots.
100% agree. The interior offensive line is very interesting right now because there's still some heavy duty guys on the board here. Cooper Beebe, my highest rated player that hasn't been taken yet. Christian Haynes from UConn, Von Prawn, Granger from Georgia, Dominic Pooney from Kansas, Christian Mahogany from Boston College. And I'll be interested where your guy from Michigan, Zach Zinner, lands.
Zinner and Keegan are both sitting out there. Those are both guys that played a big time role for us last year. So yeah, I mean, wouldn't surprise me if Harbaugh went back to the well with some later picks and maybe grabbed a couple more Michigan men.
Yeah, I mean that feels safe, right? I'm surprised that they just didn't take Blake Corum.
I mean, with their running back room, it's not like they couldn't use him.
That's true.
You know, they let Eckler go. I mean, so you need that kind of do it all. I mean, J.K. Dobbins hasn't stayed healthy. I mean, Gus Edwards and Isaiah Spiller are your other two. So
Carolina Panthers are back on the clock. See
so
where
they got
go
receiver.
here.
So they've targeted receiver and running back so far. They don't need offensive line. They're pretty set there. I mean, unless you are looking towards Tyler Moton's replacement. So I'm guessing defense. They targeted a couple linebackers. They targeted a couple DBs. Maybe an interior defensive lineman.
Could be. Best guys available there would seemingly be Brandon Dorless would be the top rated guy at that position still on the board. Mekhi Wingo from LSU is another. Maybe Gabe Hall from Baylor gets pushed up a little bit. If that is indeed where they go.
Oh yeah, Isaiah. They were just showing clips of Isaiah Adams opening holes for Chase Brown, and he can definitely move. So we got Panthers, Cowboys, Falcons, Bears coming up.
Panthers pick is finally in.
Tommy's saying DB. So Dane Jackson. So they got J.C. Horn and Dane Jackson as their outside corners. Jordan Fuller and Xavier Woods as their safeties. Troy Hill as their nickel.
Interesting. A Deion Caputi NFL draft update. Isaiah Adams is the first Canadian off the board tonight.
Oh, that's a fun fact. Oh.
And there we go. It's a linebacker off the board here, and an athletic specimen for Carolina is Kentucky's Trevin Wallace. This is a high upside guy. He's very raw. He's going to need some time to develop, I think, but one of the better coverage linebackers at the Senior Bowl this year. That's what really caught my eye to him. And I think along with Cedric Gray's another one I thought really stood out in that aspect down in Mobile. Wallace, I tested very well, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly. Yes, a 9.31 athlete per RAS, goes 72 to Carolina here out of Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, good athlete, high energy. So that's an interesting move here. So looking at that defense, though, so Josie Jewell's in the middle. He is not an athlete. DJ Wonham is your outside linebacker. Shaq Thompson's getting a little bit older. Or I should say not the same type of athlete. Josie Jewell is an athlete. But so, yeah, I mean, I don't think he's starting from day one. But, you know, that the nice thing is he's kind of insulated so they can develop him a little bit. So, well, not a bad move.
It is not. Like I said, I like the upside here.
Yeah.
Of Trevin Wallace. 4.51 speed, 37.5-inch vertical. 81 on my board, 98 on Shane, 71 on Paul's.
Yeah, and it seems like I'm reading here that he was a team captain as well, so the leadership is there. So that could be a plus for them.
Dallas on the clock. And the pick is in, and what a pick it is for the Dallas Cowboys. Cooper Beebe, the guard from Kansas State, off the board to the Cowboys. I love
that. That couldn't have worked out better for them. Now they've got 2 offensive linemen in this draft. That's big for them.
Yeah, I love this pick. This guy, you know, they say play through the whistle, and that's exactly what Cooper Beebe is here, going to the Cowboys. Just a finisher, right? A mauler. And he's a great athlete to boot. 9.3 RAS. 6'3", 322, 503, 40. Good shuttles. 34 on my board, 44 on Shane's, 55 on Paul's. But he comes off the board here at 73. This is good value for Dallas. And the top player on my board is now gone in Cooper Beebe.
So where do you play him, though? So let's look at this. So we got our left tackle yesterday in Tyler Guyton. Tyler Smith is your left guard. Brock Hoffman is your center. So it feels like center's a need. Zach Martin is your right guard, and then Terrence Steele is your right tackle. Now, Cooper Beebe last year.
Cooper Beebe's.
I'm about to say he played mostly as guard.
I think he's going to be their center.
You think so? Okay. I was
going to say he played. So if I recall correctly, and I will have to, he didn't actually play the senior role. He was supposed to. But he was another one of those guys like Graham Barton that was going to snap at the Senior Bowl, but had an injury and unable to participate. So I would anticipate they're going to give him a shot at center.
I mean, because he would be an upgrade over Brock Hoffman. Zach Martin
I would say
older.
So.
But I don't, Tyler Smith is your left guard. And then, I mean, so yeah, I think you have to play him at center. I mean, maybe you kick him out to right tackle if you don't like Terrence Steele, maybe. I don't know. But I'm with you.
Terrence Steele's not great.
Yeah, I'm about to say either one of those 2 positions, he's better than.
Yeah. So Atlanta is back on the clock. Let's hope Bubba doesn't have another meltdown in the chat. With the 3rd round pick here.
Yeah. So currently,
who do you want here?
Well, he looks like Bubba. I'm about to say he said they need offensive line, so they've got Jake Matthews, who's obviously getting older, Matthew Bergeron, Drew Dahlman, Chris Lindstrom, and Caleb McGarry. So they probably need an interior guy or a left tackle. You ain't getting that here.
No, so does not appear so. Atlanta deep. No, they just drafted
Ororo.
Oh yeah, then they traded up for him. So I don't see that being the spot.
Oh, Zach saying Jerry loves Steele. Yeah, I mean, so he's probably in interior. So let's see what do we got at offensive line. I mean, Christian Haynes is still out there if Atlanta needs a guard.
Yeah, I could see that. That'd be a good spot, landing spot for him. The pick is in, and they're going to the pass rusher here. Washington's Braylon Trice comes off the board here at pick 74 to the Atlanta Falcons. His testing probably brought him down a little bit into where we're at now in this draft range, but he comes off probably where he should have after the athleticism. But Braylon Trice is the pick at 74 to the Falcons. 7.49 RAS, 6'3", 245, 4'7", 240. And like I said, the rest of his testing was kind of subpar. Shane a little higher on him at 45. I had him at 68, so right about there. Paul 89 on his board. So good, right about where he needed to go here. Braylon Trice comes off the board to Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, I think he immediately pushes for playing time. I mean, if you're thinking about your outside linebackers, Zach Harrison and Lorenzo Carter are it right now. So I think Trice is better than both of those. I mean, he's powerful. I mean, he may not have tested all that well, but he's a strong dude. So that I think he probably gets in the mix for some earlier down action. Especially if you're trying to stop the run.
Adiza Isaac was my top rated edge, still on the board. Not sure what his fall is about here. But that brings us to Chicago back on the clock. This is their first time coming up tonight after their great haul they had in the first round with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze.
I mean, they could look to they don't need offensive line help all that much. They don't need much on offense at this point. They have decent depth. They have solid starters across the board. So you're thinking
maybe they go with trying to get a pass rusher here.
Maybe Adiza Isaac.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's see what edge rushers we have sitting up here on the board still.
So our top edge rushers available after Adiza Isaac, I have Austin Booker from Kansas, Gabriel Murphy from UCLA, Jonah Ellis from Utah would be interesting. Jalix Hunt is definitely a big ball of clay that is ready to be molded. Out of Houston Christian. And then you have some other guys like Brennan Jackson, Cedric Johnson further down.
I mean, if you're looking someone for the right side across from Montez Sweat, and if you're looking for, kind of a speed similar to his size, Sweat size, I mean, I think it's Isaac. I mean, Booker's right there with him, but, the other guys are a little undersized. So if you're looking for somebody who's probably going to put their hand in the dirt, yeah, I don't know. I'd probably lean on either of those edge rushers. Oh, Tommy says Mekhi Wingo, maybe.
I can see it. They drafted defensive tackles, two of them last year, right? With Zach Pickens and
Gervin Dexter.
Yeah.
Yep.
But maybe they a little disappointed them. They're still on the clock here. The clock's ticking on the Bears, so they're trying to swap down here and get some more picks from somebody. It'll be interesting to see if that is their line of thinking. What did you think about that combo pick last night with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze?
I mean, that's huge. I mean, we talked about last night. I mean, learning from Keenan Allen will be huge for Odunze's development. Caleb Williams now has a good offensive line, good pass catchers. I mean, really great pass catchers. I mean, all three of them. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze. I mean, from a fantasy perspective, it's going to be tough because somebody's going to not see as many targets. Who is not going to see the most targets this year? I mean, it's probably Odunze, right? But, I mean, Keenan Allen's your slot. He's kind of your safety blanket for Caleb Williams. Plus, you've got, really good tight ends in Cole Kmet and Gerald Everett's a good veteran. I mean, so I think this is probably the best setup you could have for a rookie quarterback. I mean, it just offensive line's good. Skill position's good. I mean, they're ready to hit the ground running. Unfortunately, they're in the NFC North, so he's going to take his licks because Green Bay and Detroit are at the top right now.
Yep. So we're waiting on the Bears pick to come through. The pick is in per the screen up there, but I have not. There it is. And they are going to go on the offensive line, and we're going to go to the Ivy League. Ooh. It's Yale's Kieran Amegaji is the pick here for the Bears. And I'm guessing PFF not going to have a whole lot of data on him, but he's definitely a guy we would have seen at the Senior Bowl had he not got injured halfway through the season this year.
So let's see here. Let's see Ron Omega G. Let's see if we can find something on PFF. What do we got here? Tackle Yale. Let's see what we got. All right. So he played 234 snaps at left tackle. That's what he has done in 2023. Yeah, he's all outside. I mean, all of his snaps have been at left tackle.
All left tackle all the time. And we've got Darnell Wright on the right side. But Braxton Jones, former 5th-round pick, has been solid.
Yeah.
So the line thinking, I think, here is draft Omega G. Obviously, coming from the Ivy, he's going to have some sort of learning curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as the get up to game speed, and plus coming off the injury as well. So maybe by the time he's ready, maybe he gets a year of development, and then we see where he's at and compete with Braxton Jones before you have to extend Braxton Jones, right? Because he was a draft pick in 2021. So he was a 5th-round pick in 22. So 22. So he'll be eligible for re-up after this season. So see where he's at if he's still continuing his development, and if push comes to shove, you've got a guy that can move inside. If Omega G, if Braxton Jones stays at left tackle.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the depth on their offensive line, Larry Borum's about the only one that I think's had any meaningful reps. So it seems like you've got an athletic tackle that they probably let just be a kind of a top depth piece if somebody goes down for injury, and you go from there. But yeah, I mean, they got a couple of 5th-round picks in Jones and Borum as kind of their left tackles. So yeah, I think it's smart. I mean, you want to make sure you've got your left tackle set. So
Broncos pick is in, and they're going with the pass rusher from Utah, high upside guy here in Jonah Ellis. Any relation to former Lions Luther Ellis?
I don't think so. I'm gonna have to look here. Hold on. So it says emerging from a legacy steeped in NFL heritage. So I am seeing that he does have some relation to. Let's see here. Yes, you're right. Luther Ellis is his father.
Well, there you go.
Look at you. You nailed it. And I did always enjoy Luther Ellis as a Lions fan. He was a good.
ESPN, by the way, going back to Omega G really quick, played left guard in 21 at Yale.
Oh. So I didn't go that far back. I just went the last 2 years.
But Ellis did not run the 40, but did the explosion and the shuttles, 38-inch vertical, 10-foot broad jump, 6'6'9" 3-cone, 417 short shuttle, 8.58 athlete. Comes in at 58 on Shane's board here, and he is the pick for the Denver Broncos.
Wow. When you look at his snap breakdown by position, he is all over the place on this defense. He played right end for like 130 snaps. He played, about 110, 115 snaps. Right outside linebacker, he played 236. So he played most of the snaps on the right side. Played some left outside linebacker, some left end. They even have him on the line a little bit, interior. So this guy definitely has some versatility depending on how you want to roll him out there.
The Raiders pick is in, but the Texans have traded up to the Eagles spot at 78.
Oh.
So looks like it's 86. and 123. So they're going to swap it. I can't. This guy needs to type better because he's the first one that reports it, but I can't read his tweets there. He's just horrible at this.
I'm about to say I'm not seeing the update on the trade. So let's see here. Let's look elsewhere.
The Raiders pick is in, and I mentioned when we were talking about Caden Wallace earlier that I really like the upside of Maryland's Delmar Glaze and how he emerged at the Senior Bowl. He is the pick of the Raiders. Just a great week for Glaze down in Mobile. Really emerged as a player I thought had high upside potential as a starter at the NFL level, and he is going to Oakland, to Las Vegas.
Yeah,
I just now got used to stop saying San Diego with the Chargers, but 6'4", 315, 5.53 RAS, 88 on my board, 155 on Shane. So I was obviously higher here than Shane was, but Glaze comes off the board to the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, last year he played primarily on the left side, but in 2022 he played primarily on the right side. So obviously Colton Miller's your left,
yes,
but he could then push for playing time with Thayer Munford on the right side. Obviously Jackson Powers Johnson is your right guard or center, depending on what they do with him. So I mean, he could definitely be a guy that pushes for playing time early if things work out.
Okay, the details on the trade that got Houston, or
they got Houston.
They got Houston up here to Philadelphia's pick. Houston gives up 86 in the third round and 123 in the fourth. So they give up a 4 to come up 8 spots here in the third round. They must like a guy here because that seems steep, right?
Yeah, that does seem aggressive.
So what do you think Houston's targeting here to make this, to give up that 4th round pick?
Let's see here. So they got a tackle already, and they've got a nickel back probably. Wow, I don't know. Maybe they go for a line back. No, they're pretty set at linebacker. Maybe Brandon Dorless. Maybe they go interior.
Could be.
They don't need receiver. They don't need tight end. They don't need running back. I mean, it feels like it's something on the defensive side.
That's very interesting. Go back to Jonah Ellis. Sean Payton has coached against Luther Ellis for years. He's now drafted both of his sons. He drafted Caden Ellis in New Orleans in 2019 and Jonah Ellis now at Denver.
Obviously made a big impression. That's very interesting.
The Texans pick is in, waiting to see it come through. You've outlined, you've eliminated some spots here, but Tommy's saying it's Adiza Isaac. I just want him to come off the board because I'm tired of seeing him sit at the top at this point on my best available players list. TJ Tampa from Iowa, the corner, still on the board as well. I know Mel Kiper very high on him. Where are the Texans at the running back spot?
I mean, they got Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce, so
yeah. So they you probably feel okay there. The Colts are going to move up to 79 at Arizona's spot to draft another freak athlete, I'm sure. And they're getting ahead of the Bengals for some reason.
Tommy's saying Adiza Isaac is his guess.
Arizona to go back 3 spots. So they definitely did this just to get ahead of the Bengals. They gave up a 6th round pick, pick 191 to come up as we still wait on still wait on who the Texans have picked. This is just madness. Are you seeing anything out there, Brad?
I have seen nothing. Lots of Twitter posts have nothing to do with that. So the pick is in, but we know nothing.
I am interested to see who the Colts traded up for because, like I said, anytime you jump right in front of your favorite team, you think that they had a bead on what the Bengals were doing.
I mean, are they Bengals still haven't taken an interior defensive lineman, so maybe they went there?
Maybe. Are we going to have to see the pick come across the screen here?
It looks like it because somebody's up at the podium. Kalen Bullock, safety, USC.
So he's kind of a interesting guy. I know he misses a lot of tackles. That's kind of his knock, right? But he's a rangy guy. I know Shane was a higher on him than I was. I had him at 111 on my board. Shane had him at 83. But Kalen Bullock, the pick to the Texans. They said he's a ball hawk. He's got great vision out there, but 6'2", 188. He doesn't play very physical.
So then what are you thinking of him? I mean, he's probably then, just corner depth that you see if you can develop and help make sure you can shore up the fundamentals of taking proper angles.
I mean, it's interesting. Who are the Texans starting at free safety currently?
Jimmy Ward.
So yeah, I mean, he's a veteran, right? That's older. So maybe you're bringing him in to compete with Jimmy Ward there. I would assume that's the thought process here, right?
I would guess so. I mean, he's either depth at safety or depth at corner.
Now, when we get to tomorrow, and I can seriously doubt that we will be talking about anybody competing for starting spots, is when we just be mentioning the word depth will get beat to death tomorrow.
Very true. I mean, but second and third rounders are supposed to be guys that you think are fringe potential starters or starters.
Okay, the Colts pick is in, and it's Pitt offensive tackle Matt Goncalves. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I don't think that was the Bengals pick, so I'm fairly certain they didn't jump the Bengals then.
That's an interesting move.
Well, it is interesting for many reasons. But the most interesting reason, and one of my 5 bold predictions before the draft, was the Colts would go sub-elite RAS with one of their picks. Matt Goncalves from Pitt, 7.69 RAS at offensive tackle. Now, they're listed him as an offensive tackle. I'm sure his RAS would get elite if he moves to guard. So,
well, and that's where they probably need help, right? I mean, Quentin Nelson's entrenched, but then Will Freeze is your other guard. So I think you then, I mean, if he's pushing for a potential starting role, it's there. I mean, because you're set. Your right tackle, Braden Smith, he's not coming off the field. I mean, depends on how you feel about Bernard Ryman, but.
Yeah, the Bengals pick is in. They wasted no time here. They had a guy. And, oh, jeez.
And this is not a guy you liked.
I do like him as a player. There is baggage.
Marvin Lewis level baggage.
It feels that way. This is the first time in the Zach Taylor era I can remember taking a player, and they're going to go high upside here because that's what they're doing here as the talent. But there are off the field questions with Alabama wide receiver Jermaine Burton is the pick for the Bengals at pick 80.
Ooh.
The talent is there, right, Brad? I mean, there's no doubting that. I mean, he was the go-to guy at Alabama this year at the wide receiver position. But he is on video during a film storming situation in a loss. Alabama had a loss. He struck someone, a woman, on the field as he was leaving. But he transfers from Georgia. He averaged 20 and a half yards per catch last year. He says he's a big play guy. This fits a need for the Bengals. And
I mean, he's
right
the slot.
Right, first round talent, right? But he can move around to the outside too. So, and that's what the Bengals wanted. They wanted an inside out wide receiver, a guy who could take some of the Tyler Boyd reps, but also be able to play outside and allow Jamar Chase the freedom to come inside as well. Blues is right here. First round talent, 10-cent head. That's 100% accurate. I'm surprised the Bengals made this move. Obviously, they think that it's acceptable. He's a great athlete. 9.08 RAS, 4.45 speed at 6 foot 196. 38.5-inch vertical, 11 foot. Well, that's not the issue here. Like I said, the Bengals had kind of gotten away from this sort of stuff, or these sort of guys, I should say, which is why I didn't think they would take T'Vondre Sweat had they had the opportunity. But Jermaine Burton, the pick at Alabama, this is a great analogy or a great saying. Tommy said, I'm probably going to recycle this one. Lots of tools, no toolbox. That's pretty good. And young people make mistakes, but that is a very big mistake. I agree. And Bubba says Burton isn't very well liked in Athens, which is probably why he left to go to Tuscaloosa. It's interesting. This is a very interesting pick, and I'm curious to see what comes out in the media about this pick, because there will be questions.
I mean, that's the interesting thing is with their need on the interior defensive line, they got Chris Jenkins. Yeah. They could use, they probably could. I mean, with Sheldon Rankins and BJ Hill as their two interior, well, they did do Zach Carter last year. I guess I kept thinking maybe they needed another one, but yeah, I mean, I don't hate the pick. I mean, their depth isn't great at wide receiver.
I don't hate the pick. I thought that maybe Roman Wilson would have been the guy, but like I said, maybe they want the inside-outside guy, and that's what Burton is.
So
Shane pops in and said, first he said that the Bengals with the bad character pick is weird now. It didn't used to be weird back in the day. It would to be expected. Right. It's weird now, and he said, so it probably means it may not have been as big a deal as it seems. Very well could be. Very interesting. I hope it works out. Now, let's bring it back to the Bengals drafted Joe Mixon back in the day. He was on video as a freshman in Oklahoma, straight molly-whopping a girl at a bar and knocking her out. But served a 1-year suspension in Oklahoma, was a model citizen after that, and for all intents and purposes, was a model citizen in Cincinnati his entire career, and now he's in Houston. So people can learn, right?
Oh, I mean, we have to remember these are kids, right? For all intents and purposes, these are still very young individuals. Yes, there's a lot of money involved with these young individuals, but you need somebody to coach them up, not only on the field, but off the field. So you hope for the best, especially because it's your team, the Bengals that just drafted him. But in the end, you hope that these teams prepare these men to become adults and how to handle the real world around them. Because yes, it is just a game. Yes, this is just a job, but in the end, there has to be some growth and development here, and you hope that they can build on what he has, which is, like you said, a lot of tools, no toolbox.
Seattle's pick is in. We'll move on now, and they are going to the interior of the offensive line, and they are going to take UConn's Christian Haynes coming off the board at pick 81.
No brainer. Such a good choice.
Number 77 on my board.
So Laken Tomlinson and Anthony Bradford were your two starting guards. Does Haynes get a chance for early playing time, or is this a depth with potential?
I think it's he could push for early playing time. I think that's fair, but or maybe it is depth now, and we'll see. But Christian Haynes off the board. The Cardinals pick is also in, and as we're coming fast here
again,
yeah, the Cardinals pick at 82. They go with a high upside athletic tight end. Trey McBride is there already. Now we're adding Tip Ryman. At pick 82.
I love that. You're really flipping the script. I love that.
Talk to me about Tip Ryman.
Well, and if you watched any of our videos here on mock drafts, I felt like 5th round on, I constantly kept picking Tip Ryman for people or Dallin Holker. Ryman's, he's very athletic. What do you run up? Like a 4.6 at,
I'll get to all
270.
So, yeah.
So I think for this though, Trey McBride's your pass catcher. I think Ryman has better blocking ability from day one than McBride does. So I think, he could be more of a blocking tight end with the athletic upside to be able to have some pass catching ability as well. So I think this is a really fun pick for them. I'll be intrigued to see how they use them.
Yep. So 9.93 RAS for Ryman, and you said you picked him in the 5th round a lot. Obviously, the Cardinals thought more of him. He goes higher than Texas's JT Sanders, goes higher than Jared Wiley, Theo Johnson, Cade Stover. He's the 3rd tight end off the board after Brock Bowers and Ben Sinnott. Ryman is all shade under 6'5", 271. 4.64 speed with a 1.55 split. 4.26 short shuttle, 7.02 3 cone, 9.93 RAS. So a hell of an athlete is Tip Ryman, and a captain.
Yeah, I'm guessing he went higher than the rest because he's probably the best blocking tight end of the names you mentioned.
Right.
With enough athletic upside to, you can use him as a receiver as well. But I don't think Illinois really needed him to do that as much. Like, I don't think Illinois used him as much as a pass catcher. Oh, yeah. Looking at this next gen stats, see him and Theo Johnson were kind of the top athletic tight ends in the class. Huh. Yeah. So 41 catches, 420 yards, and 4 touchdowns in his career at Illinois. That's.
So the Los Angeles Rams pick is in, and are you ready to talk more Michigan, Brad?
Is the sky blue?
Well, RB1 for Michigan is now a member of the Los Angeles Rams.
Wow,
Blake Corum, the pick here at 83.
He's better than Kyron Williams and Ronnie Rivers. So, what else can be said about Corum? The offense ran through him for 2 years, basically, outside of injuries, right? He's physical. He can make the big play happen, but he's a captain. He's an emotional leader of that team. What's not to love about Blake Corum? As a football fan, him coming back from injuries, fighting through it, coming back when he didn't have to. A lot of people thought he might just come out last year, but he said, no, I want to come back. I want to win a national championship. Came back, did it. So
he's very compact, 5'7", 205. 4.5, 340. Great shuttle times, 8.27 RAS, 63 on Shane's board, 72 on mine, 84 on Paul's. So,
what do you think about him compared to another smaller, the Devonta Freeman back in the day for Atlanta?
It's always when you see those running backs that are like 5'6", 5'7", 5'8", you want to see them thickly built in the lower body, and that's what you get with Blake Corum. What I like about him is his vision. He sees the hole very well and explodes through it. I think it's a good, solid pick here for the Rams. He'll contribute in that offense.
Early.
Steelers on the clock now. Tommy's calling Roman Wilson or Cedric Gray.
Ooh, Tommy, I like both those picks for the Steelers. I am fine with either. So let's see where the Steelers are at. So we've gotten 2 offensive linemen so far.
Yeah, the pick is in. The Browns are back on the clock at 85.
Ooh, it's coming hot and heavy now.
I'm curious because I saw a tweet with a pick, but I thought that guy already got drafted. So I'm having to go to the NFL.com tracker here right quick to confirm something. Yeah, that's weird. So, okay. Can move back on with life here. That it threw me off. I was like, that's not right. We just talked about that guy like 10 minutes ago. All right, the pick is in, and it is going to be Roman Wilson, the wide receiver from Michigan, headed to Pittsburgh.
I mean, Tommy nailed it again. They didn't have great receivers outside of George Pickens, right? I mean, they have depth guys. I mean, Van Jefferson, Quez Watkins, Des Fitzpatrick, Denzel Mims, Calvin Austin. I mean, I'm sure Shane, if you're in the chat still, you will give your thoughts on it. But I mean, he's versatile. You can play him inside, outside. I mean, the athletic skills are there. I'm sure as you go through the numbers, he's a great route runner. I mean, this is really a good fit for them. I think it'll be really helpful for Russell Wilson too, because Russell Wilson, if he can get on the same page with him, good route runner will be good for him.
One of the best guys at the Senior Bowl this year, right? And his shuttle times were outstanding. 4.07 short shuttle, 6.89 3-cone. Ran a 4.39 40 with a 1.51 split. Didn't do the explosion drills, but at 5'10", 185, he's a slot, right? And I think he's going to be very good at that at the next level. Pittsburgh does have another third. I think it's in the comp section of the round. As we're rapidly approaching the bottom here, Brad, we only got like 16 picks left to go for you and your draft countdown coverage this year of the draft. Only 16 more picks. You're on dad duty tomorrow, right?
Yeah. It's a busy day of dad duty. I'll be watching and in the chats and whatnot. And but yeah, it's been fun. I mean, it's weird how quickly it's flown by. Like round 1 flew by. I mean, not flew by. I mean, it was still 4 hours for one round, but
that's what I say.
Working at
I say this though. We're saying it's flying by. We're 3.5 hours into this broadcast.
I know, right? Tonight. I know it doesn't feel like when I look at the clock and see that we've been doing it for 3.5 hours. I'm like, it doesn't feel like we've been chatting all that long.
Yeah, it's interesting. Brown's pick is in. We'll get to that in just a second because I wanted to look at something here trying to see the number of Michigan players that have been drafted so far. We're at 6 Michigan guys off the board.
I mean, the offensive linemen will be the big ones next, probably.
Yeah, I would say so. Those guys will start going on day 3 in rapid succession, right? Because there's a lot of those guys. in this class. Browns up again. They're only their second time they've been on the clock tonight. Eagles up after that.
I mean, Browns are just going to get some more depth, probably on the defensive side. I don't know.
Seems where we're headed. They went defensive tackle, right?
Yeah, Michael Hall.
Yep. So
Well, maybe linebacker depth. I mean,
could be. I mean, they said they don't value the position, but I mean, you're a late third round pick. Maybe if you can get a contributor here,
well,
it'd be nice.
Isn't Peyton Wilson still on the board?
He is. Injuries.
So,
That's the medicals is why Peyton Wilson's still on the board. I think they might be interested in someone like Cedric Gray, the linebacker from North Carolina. I think he's a really good cover guy at the position.
Where's Trotter go? When's he going to go?
I thought Trotter was a day 3 guy.
Okay.
I think he was getting pumped up just because of his last name. His film wasn't all that spectacular this season. He's a little undersized as well. Wilson, like I said, this is pure medicals at this point for him.
So then you've got, Tommy Eichenberg, who's probably not a day 2 guy. So yeah, I mean, it feels like the linebacker group for day 2 is not much.
Howie Roseman, you may be surprised to know, has traded out of the 86th pick.
Wow.
The 49ers are going to come up for that one.
Interesting.
Going back to Roman Wilson, really, he was the only receiver in Mobile at the Senior Bowl that got the best of Quinyon Mitchell at any point.
I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. Quinyon Mitchell was awesome at the Senior Bowl.
Tommy in the chat said Cleveland has Devin Bush in their linebacker core. They need some help. That's an all-timer bad draft pick there, right? Pittsburgh traded up for him, right?
It has not gone well, though I won't badmouth Michigan football players. I will say it has not gone as they probably hoped. And he had to stop in Seattle. Didn't he play in Seattle last year? And it wasn't great for them either.
Apparently my TV decided I had not had any activity in
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. So it has decided to cut my screen off as I'm trying to get the TV broadcast back up here. That's a first for me. I haven't had that happen since I changed over to YouTube TV. So that's
pretty funny.
That's fun. I knew Netflix did that. I didn't know this was a thing on NFL or for YouTube TV. So
yeah, I didn't either. I mean, I've just got it on one of my screens at the desk, but
the more you know.
Yeah. Right. Oh, here we go. Another Michigan man.
So it is Zach Zenner, and this is a redshirt pick for Cleveland. And with the kind of roster that they have,
it's okay.
This is what you do, right? You can take a chance on a guy like this because you know he's just going to sit and develop a little bit. So,
well, he doesn't even have to play for a year or two, quite honestly.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
no.
he could sit for,
and he probably won't. But when he's already gone by now, right? If he's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Brad's having some technical difficulties a little bit, I believe. But Zach Zenner, the third straight Michigan player drafted here in the third round, going 85 to the
seems
Browns.
Like it.
Yep. So obviously no testing for Zenner because he broke his leg in two places against Ohio State towards the end of the regular season. But as like I said, I mentioned this is a redshirt pick for the Browns. He would have been he's going to be depth this year, but this gives him a chance to rehab in an NFL weight room and compete to be a starter in 2025. The 49ers pick is in after they traded up. I've got the details on that trade I'll get to in a second. The 49ers gave up 94 and 132 of the fourth round. So they go up 8 spots here and to draft Dominic Pooney from Kansas, who they've listed as an offensive tackle on the screen. It's interesting. Pooney's a guy I thought could be a center. Did that at the Senior Bowl, could be a guard. 49ers drafted him to be a tackle, and they trade up to do it. I like the pick of Pooney here for the 49ers. Number 84 overall on my board. Thought he was a good athlete. Like I said, the tape looks good. And had a great week at the Senior Bowl while he was down here. So I feel like I like this move for the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean,
team that doesn't have a whole lot of holes.
Well, and is he depth for the time being, right?
I mean, it could be. I mean, like I said, they're listing him as a tackle.
Well, and he doesn't have to play early.
Right. So, I mean, he could back up all 5 spots, as a rookie. You save a roster spot with a guy like this, 6'5", 313, 33 and 3/8-inch arms. Decent speed, but the explosions and the shuttles were great. 8.27 athlete, 84 on my board, 80th on Shane's. Comes off 86th here. So right about where he needed to go.
Yeah.
Cowboys pick is in. What has Jerry done this time?
So we've gotten 2 offensive linemen and an edge rusher so far. Do they go running back finally?
This feels like a spot. The Eagles, I don't know how many 4th-round picks they have now, but they've got a lot. And so the Cowboys, as we wait on the pick here, we anticipate it should be a running back, right?
I mean, when you look at their roster, I mean, that's really all they need.
There's plenty of them left. Braylon Allen would be interesting here for the Cowboys. Also, I love Marshawn Lloyd, but if they want a home run hitter, Jalen Wright from Tennessee would be the play.
Yeah, he'd be a nice piece here. I mean, they could use depth at wide receiver and corner.
Yep. Tommy in the chat thinks Malik Washington from Virginia would be a good spot.
Yeah. I mean, because it's CD, Brandon Cooks, and Jalen Tolbert are your top 3, right?
Yeah.
Unless Martavis Bryant pushes for playing time.
The Cowboys pick is in, and it's a linebacker.
Ooh.
They go with Marist Lufau from Notre Dame.
That's an interesting pick.
A little reachy for me.
Yeah.
Here at pick 90? 87. Yeah, a little reachy for me. I as a linebacker, I thought he struggled in coverage at the Senior Bowl, but he does offer some pass rush possibilities there. 5.54 RAS, 198 on my board, 218 on Shane's, but coming off the board here at 87. So a little, like I said, a little reachy there. But Scott in the chat, ever the Irish guy, go. So interesting selection there of Marist Lufau.
Well, I wonder where they put him. Like, I wonder what they're thinking of doing with him. Is he When you look at their depth chart, I mean, he's definitely not a starter anywhere, but Damone Clark and Eric Kendricks are kind of your top two, with DeMarvion Overshone as depth. I mean, well, let's see what he did. Yeah, so he played mostly interior linebacker wise. So, yeah. So I mean, he played. I guess he did play some outside, but most of his reps were inside. So
The Packers pick is in, and curious to see your thoughts, especially fantasy wise here, Brad, as they go with a running back.
running back.
Running back. Green Bay is going to select Southern Cal running back Marshawn Lloyd.
That is awful for fantasy.
88.
I mean, he has zero value this year. I mean, that if you use him, he's future. I mean, because they've got Josh Jacobs and AJ Dillon. I don't. That seems like a weird pick. I mean, he's kind of, I guess, different than them because he is a home run hitter, where AJ's a thumper. Josh Jacobs can be, but
he's an interesting player for me because he started at South Carolina, and just when he started to break out, he transferred to Southern Cal. And to his credit, he had his best year in his collegiate career this past season and had a really good Senior Bowl week. But like you said, at 5'8", and I talked about when we talked about Blake Corum earlier, he's 5'8", but 220 pounds. The word brick shithouse is a phrase I've always used when it comes to a guy like that. That's how he's built. 4.46 speed at an 8.58 RAS for Marshawn Lloyd.
I mean, he's an athlete. I mean, that's a pretty decent RAS score.
But I'm with you on this. It doesn't feel like a position they should have attacked here.
I mean,
got a request in the comments, best available at each position. I can do that. We're looking at quarterbacks. Top two would say Spencer Rattler, South Carolina, Michael Pratt, Tulane. Running backs, Braylon Allen, Wisconsin, Jalen Wright, Tennessee. Wide receiver, there's plenty of good ones still to be had. Troy Franklin from Oregon, Tez Walker, North Carolina, Javon Baker, UCF, Malik Washington, Virginia, Johnny Wilson, Florida State, Jalen McMillan from Washington. Then at tight end, we've got JT Sanders from Texas, Jaheim Bell, Florida State, Jared Wiley, TCU, Theo Johnson, Penn State, Cade Stover, Ohio State. Offensive tackle, I've only got a handful left here in my top 100. Javon Foster and Chris from Missouri, Christian Jones from Texas. Interior offensive lineman, Cedric Ron Prawn Granger from Georgia, Christian Mahogany from BC, the top guys there. Edge rusher, Adiza Isaacs, a top 40 player on my board, still available, as well as Austin Booker from Kansas. Brandon Dorless, my top-rated interior defensive lineman left from Oregon. He's kind of a tweener. Mekhi Wingo from LSU, still on the board. Linebacker, we got Peyton Wilson, NC State. Injuries, the case there. Cedric Gray, North Carolina, still on the board. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., you mentioned earlier from Clemson. Then corner, like I said, I'm way too high on Chris Abrams-Rain. I know this. He's still on the board. TJ Tampa, surprisingly, from Iowa State, still on the board. Then we got DJ James from Auburn. Kalen Carson, Wake Forest. Jarvis Brownlee Jr. from Louisville. And then at safety, Jaden Hicks from Wazoo. And Cam Kinchins from Miami, the top guys left. Tampa Bay's pick is in.
They went with safety.
Tyke Smith from Georgia, safety. A little further down, I thought he was going to be more of a special teams guy. He's a thumper at the safety position.
He played a lot of slot corner, though.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? He's 5'10", 202, and the first highlight they show is him in the slot. So versatility is probably what Tampa Bay is drafting here with Tyke Smith. Started at West Virginia and then transferred to Georgia.
Yeah, I got to think he's probably in the mix for for their nickelback slot position because Tavier Thomas is their nickelback currently. So, I mean, that makes me think that he probably is on the field early.
Right. And you're probably well in line with that line of thought there. So a little further down, like
is in again.
Yeah. I thought, like I said, I thought he was a bit of a reach there. I thought he'd be more of a special teams guy than I did as a potential starter. So 11 picks left to go tonight.
Arizona's already picked 6 players.
They need a lot.
They do. They do. Although the interesting thing is 2 of them are not really startable type guys. I mean, Trey Benson and Tip Ryman are, kind of depth guys. I could see a corner here. No, they already took one. No, they took a corner.
Okay, it's Elijah Jones from Boston College. This is another guy that was going to go higher than I have ranked, and he was the other guy that Jim Nagy said was going to go higher than everybody had, along with Isaiah Adams, who went earlier in the 3rd round. The other guy he talked about was Boston College cornerback Elijah Jones. He went from the Hula Bowl to the Senior Bowl. So if I'm not, he may be the first Hula off the board, unless I can't, or if he actually, maybe he didn't play in the Hula. I'll have to check on that in just a second.
Yeah, he played a significant portion of his snaps out wide and in the slot. So I don't know how he sees the field early with Garrett Williams, Sean Murphy Bunting, and now 2nd rounder Max Melton being their starters, but probably. But I mean,
4.4 speed for him. He did play at the Hula, so Hula's on the board for the first time tonight. Congrats to Draft Guy
that's huge.
And those guys. They get a guy in the 3rd round. Now, granted, he Hula by way of Mobile, but still, it counts.
Still. Mm-hmm.
8.92 RAS for Elijah Jones as he comes off the board here in the 3rd round. And Green Bay back on the clock with another pick, and their pick is in.
Blues Wolf wants to know what's wrong with TJ Tampa.
That's a good question. I was lower on him than I thought the consensus was. I know Mel Kiper's super high on TJ Tampa.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys. I mean, if you need an outside corner, I mean, I don't know why you're not targeting him.
Is receiver maybe in play here for Green Bay? I know they haven't. I
mean, they've drafted 4 in the last 2 years, so why not
add another one? Can't hurt, right?
I mean, there's some good receivers sitting out there still, so I guess why not?
Yep. Interesting. Green Bay pick is in. Tampa Bay again up at 92. Baltimore at 93. Then I guess it'll be Philadelphia at 94 in the trade back, and then Kansas City. I think will
No, we got it looks like Jacksonville, Cincy, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Washington to finish it out.
Yeah, those are all the comp picks.
Yeah. So Casey must have traded out of their pick at some point.
No, Casey's at 95. We're
yeah.
Because Miami had to forfeit pick 85. I don't remember why. Is that where they tried to their punishment for the Tom Brady deal?
Oh,
that sounds right.
That might have been.
Green Bay's pick is in. It's a linebacker again. Didn't they already draft a linebacker?
They took Edgerrin Cooper.
Yep. Well, they drafted another one, and it's Missouri thumper Tyron Hopper is the pick here at pick 91 for Green Bay.
That's interesting because he's primarily an inside linebacker, which you just did with Edgerrin Cooper, probably.
Yeah, it's they've doubled up here at the off-ball linebacker position, which is not something you would generally think about. Probably going to be primarily a special teams player early on in his career, would be my guess for Green Bay. Yeah, looking at Mel Kiper's best available on ESPN, he's got TJ Tampa obviously at the top. He's got Isaac, Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson, Jalen McMillan.
That is an interesting pick.
Green Bay is a very interesting team this draft cycle.
I mean, they've made some pretty strange moves over the years in the draft, so it doesn't surprise me. It's just
it charts, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, what was last year? They double up on tight end. I mean, you know, they're not afraid to double dip.
Well, in the last 5 picks, they drafted a running back and an off-ball linebacker, and really needed neither of them.
Right.
So Tampa Bay, this is their second, third round pick.
So they just took Tyke Smith, who even our lads has him listed as a slot corner, as the nickelback. Chris Braswell and Graham Barton. So,
well, that's interesting. His snap break, he's a slot corner who would be a projection somewhere else, and that's probably on. Not researching that enough, but 1,356 snaps at slot corner in his career at Georgia.
Oh, so
Tyke Smith is definitely that's where he's going to play. Tampa Bay's pick coming across.
Oh, there you go.
It is Jalen McMillan, the third wide receiver from the Washington Huskies to get drafted in this draft class. And I would love to hear his snap breakdown there, Brad. He dealt with some injuries this year.
I'm about to say he's a slot guy for sure. Let's see what that looks like, though. Washington. Okay, so yeah, 177 snaps in the slot this year, 18 wide. So yeah. Let's look back a season. Let's see what we got in 2022. I'm guessing much of the same. Yeah, 579 from the slot in 2022 and 36 out wide. So he's a slot receiver. So do you like him over Trey Palmer is really what it comes down to.
Seems that way. Baltimore's pick is in as we wait here. McMillan was exactly number 100 on my board.
So he's about where you'd expect him to be.
Yeah.
So Baltimore's let the board fall to them. Nate Wiggins,
as they do.
Garden, yeah, which is what they do. So they've drafted 2 so far. So I guess the next best available is TJ Tampa. They go 2 corners.
Or Adiza Isaac.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Cardinals have picked a lot. Guess what? They're going to pick a lot tomorrow. They have 5 picks tomorrow as well. They have a 4th, 2 5s, a 6, and a 7. So we have not heard the last of Monty Ossenfort in this draft.
You know what? For a team that was trying to rebuild, this is the good way to do it. Load up in a draft that has a little bit of everything.
Indeed, sir.
I don't hate it. Oh, figures. Pick is in, they go to commercial.
It is the way. So we have 8 picks left to go here on night 2 of the draft. Bubba said Von Prawn Granger is the last of the guys. Brian, we're going to see his face a lot tomorrow, so he'll be with me for rounds 5 through 7 tomorrow as we slog through Saturday. He's surprised Troy Franklin and Austin Booker are still on the board. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some surprise. Franklin. Yeah, I'm about to say we've seen some surprises happen. So
Austin Booker
surprises happen, people fall.
A very raw player. I'm not surprised that Philadelphia's pick is in. I already have it. I don't have Baltimore's yet, which is just
strange.
A bit strange. Yeah. So I will wait on Baltimore's pick before I announce the Eagles pick. The Eagles pick is interesting. I'll say that.
I mean, what do you give somebody who has it all?
We'll talk about it in just. All right. And Brad, I hate that we're right all the time when we say the Ravens are just going to take the best available player on the board. But damn it, they did it again. Adiza Isaac goes to the Ravens at pick 93.
And he will enjoy hanging out with David Ojabo as depth, which is crazy to think about.
So the 93rd pick in the draft, the Ravens sit back and draft the guy who was 41st on my board, 68th on Shane's board, 73rd on Paul's board. Comes off the board here at pick 93. How do they keep getting away with this?
I mean,
if
because good teams make good decisions, and this is just that. Yeah, it is crazy to think about. You know, the board just tends to fall their way.
It's just funny how it works every single year. They very rarely reach. And it's just so interesting to me. The Eagles pick is in, and what do you get the team that has everything? You get them Plato.
So they're definitely going with a guy who's developmental, eh?
Jalix Hunt, edge rusher, Houston Christian, is the pick of the Philadelphia Eagles here at pick 94. That's what you get, right? You take developmental guys, right? And when you're the Eagles as a pass rusher here, and a great athlete, 6'3", 252, 4'6", 40, 37.5-inch vertical, 10'8" broad jump, 9.13 RAS. Shane adds him 82nd on his board. I had him 126. He was a bit too raw for me, but there you go. Bubba says he's switching from Atlanta to Baltimore. He's going bird to bird. But Tommy's begging him no. And I'm with Tommy. You can't do it.
Yeah, don't do it. I was a Lions fan for years. They finally just started winning the other day. So, you know what? It'll be okay. Yeah, I mean, when you look at what they have, I mean, he's going to learn from some pretty good pass rushers. So, you know, Sweat does a good job. Bryce Huff does a good job. You know, obviously they have a glutton of Georgia Bulldogs on that defense. I mean, so he's going to be surrounded with some guys that will teach him the ways. So that's fun. That's an interesting pick.
Buffalo on the clock at Um,
So they got a wide receiver and a safety so far. What else are we going to get them?
Yeah, that's a good point from Tommy. He started out, I can't remember at what Ivy League school, but he was a safety there. Jalix Hunt was, and transferred to Houston Christian and put on some weight, moved to defense. As we wait on Buffalo's pick, from the man who shall remain nameless, because I called him a very bad name last night on the screen, but it said, for those wondering why TJ Tampa might still be available, and he points to his Raz card, 4.58 speed. Might be why, as a corner, he's hanging out. But Kamari Lassiter has 4.62 speed. He's been gone.
I'm about to say that.
Well, that's what you get when you get dollar store Mel Kiper out here talking. I don't like him.
Oh, Kiper?
No, I love Mel Kiper.
Oh. Who's dollar store Mel Kiper?
I don't know if I can say it out loud.
I'm about to say you'll have to message.
I might open myself up to litigation if I keep doing this.
I'm about to say you'll have to DM me who that is, but everybody's got their guys that they like, right? Like I'm sure there's I love listening to Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks. I'm sure there's plenty of people that hate him. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I can't say that I've ever really taken any of those takes seriously. So, everybody's got their guys. I mean, there'll be people that watch us that love Brian, aren't a big fan of Shane, or love Shane, aren't a big fan of Brad, or everybody loves Miranda. So I don't know that anyone will say they wouldn't like Miranda.
That's true.
There's
everybody,
there'll be guys that everybody doesn't like. And, for me, it's who's going to help me get more information, maybe get better at my scouting, get better at my evaluations. It's, if you can help me, I'm going to listen to you. And if you don't drive me crazy.
Brian knew who I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, he was on air with me last night when I said what I said. So
I'm about to say,
Dwayne Carter from Duke, the defensive tackle, is the pick here for Buffalo.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's an overachiever a bit. Kind of been around a while. Solid player, not spectacular. I would dare say is a fair way to put Carter. He's got pass rush upside as well as a solid run defender. Average athlete, 7.7 RAS, 125 on my board, 140 on Shane's. But I get the appeal here for Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, he's depth with potential, right? I mean, Ed Oliver is your top guy. You've got you got DaQuan Jones, you got Austin Johnson, Deshaun Williams. So, I mean, he's kind of a rotational guy would be my guess. So, at least to start,
Yep. Jags on the clock again. Pick is in at pick 96 as we're into the comp picks now. Bengals in the hole on deck with Pittsburgh in the hole here at 97 or 98. So we're dwindling down here. 5 more picks to go here in the third round.
Yeah, so we got a D tackle so far and a wide receiver for Jacksonville. I don't know. I mean, corner could be in play. Depth, no, they don't need linebacker depth.
I think corner is definitely the play here.
Yeah.
For Jacksonville, if depending on how they feel that the board stacks.
Yeah, I mean, it almost seems like we're going defense or maybe interior offensive line if you love a guy.
I got to tell you, in my bold predictions, I said only 3 tight ends go on day 2 or before day 2 is over, and we're sitting at 3. So I might hit on that one as well.
I mean, the funny thing though is if you asked who those 3 were, 2 of the 3 wouldn't be them.
I would have got 2 of them.
Oh yeah, you called.
I had Ben Sennett. Tip Ryman probably wouldn't have been the 3rd if I was stating a guess. there was a tweet out or Ian Rappaport reported about Peyton Wilson. He had a shoulder surgery at one point in time that teams are saying didn't go well, and one of his knees doesn't have an ACL in it. So, and like Will Brinson tweeted out, he said, if that is true, that makes his performance the last 2 years at NC State absolutely ridiculous. And the man with no ACL in one knee ran a 4.4 at the combine.
So what you're telling me is he's part machine.
It appears that way, yes.
He's got adamantium in his knees.
That was adamantium. That's good stuff. Have you been watching X-Men 97?
It's on my list. I haven't gotten around to it yet.
It's one of the most fantastic things Marvel has done
in a long time.
Since Endgame. I think it's the best thing they've done since Avengers Endgame.
I mean, it's a pretty low bar, unfortunately.
I'm not saying it's not. You're right, but
it's outside of Spider-Man: No Way Home. I mean, it's not been a great slate.
You're right. So we wait, and we twiddle the thumbs as we wait on Jacksonville's pick.
I mean, they're right behind them. I mean, there's only 2.5 left on the clock for Cincy, it looks like.
Yeah. Peter Schrager tweeted 6 different offensive players from the 2023 Washington Huskies have been selected in the top 100, and none of them will play for their offensive coordinator, current Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator, Ryan Grubb.
That seems a bit suspect. I'll just say it doesn't smell right.
So it looks like we're going to see the TV Jags pick here.
James Stewart. Oh, James Stewart.
A name.
Jerrion Jones.
So the other Florida State DB goes.
We called corner. We figured corner was in play.
Now, my man Pigskin Paul said that he had Jerrion Jones as the 68th player on his board.
Wow.
While myself and Shane had him in the 200s.
So there was some slight difference
on this evening here as the Jags take Jerrion Jones, the corner from Florida State, a little under 6 foot, 190, 4.38 speed, 39.5-inch vertical, 10.09 on the broad jump, 9.58 RAS for Jerrion Jones.
That's nice. I mean, the interesting thing will be what they do with him. So right now, if you look at our lads, Darby, Tyson Campbell are your outside guys, and Savage is your slot. Jones played 365 snaps on the outside, 23 in the slot.
Yeah,
I mean, it seems like he's probably a depth guy.
Depth, yeah.
Yep.
With starter potential down the road.
Oh, absolutely.
Bengals pick is in TJ Hushmanzada, Bengals legend.
TJ Howsabadilla.
Who's your mama?
Yeah. I always love those commercials. Oh, there's your D tackle.
So that's the nose that I figured they would be in on, and I if I'm not mistaken, Brad, maybe you can pull it up really quick. My final Bengals mock draft, I believe I had them taking McKinley Jackson in the 4th round. On that final Bengals mock draft. He was the next nose tackle on the board after Tavondre Sweat, former 5-star recruit out of Lucedale, Mississippi, about 45 minutes up the road from the house here. 5-star, like I said, signed with Texas A&M, underachiever while at A&M, and never really got it. 24 starts at Texas A&M, has he's just not a good athlete at the position, but you generally don't get those nose tackles that are athletes. So I knew the Bengals would have one at some point, but that was a position of weakness, the interior defensive line. They doubled up here. I can't say that I blame them. Maybe a little reach here on McKinley Jackson, but maybe they didn't think they could wait around in the 4th round to get their nose tackle, and it's something they definitely needed with DJ Reader now playing for your guys in Detroit.
Yep,
and I know you're glad to have him.
Oh yeah, I mean, even though he's getting a little up there in age, I still think he's very good and definitely an improvement to what we have. Yeah, you did have him in the 4th round. You also in the 5th round then took Dwayne Carter. So obviously,
I had the double up plan in mind.
You were thinking,
but Dwayne Carter went off the board before McKinley Jackson did here in the 3rd round. So, and if you look at my board, how I have them stacked here, I had them back to back, Carter and Jackson as on the defensive line board. Brandon Dorless, like I said, he's still on the board. He's a tweener edge defensive tackle. Mekhi Wingo, Leonard Taylor, he's just did not live up to the hype.
Yeah.
There. Steelers on the clock. The scum of the earth. I said it. I said it out loud. Tommy, you heard me. Steelers on the clock at pick 98.
So do they finally take a defensive player? Because it's been all offense so far.
All offense so
Tommy
far.
says Cedric Gray.
I love Cedric Gray. That'd be a good pick for him for the Steelers here at pick 98.
I mean, he definitely isn't a starter. But
Rams are on the clock at pick 99. And then the Commanders will close us out.
I believe that you and Tommy are about to have a dance battle going on here.
I can't win no dance battle there, Brad. I'll tell you that.
I mean, Chris Pratt could save the universe with dancing. I'm pretty sure you and Tommy could duke it out.
No.
So yeah. Cedric Gray played significant snaps inside. I mean, so if he goes to Pittsburgh and is an inside guy, he's definitely depth.
Yeah, I think he's one of the better coverage backers in this draft class. I thought so anyway. 3 picks to go here. Steelers, Rams. We have not had any quarterbacks drafted tonight after 6 went the first 12 picks.
Yeah, kind of surprised. I thought Spencer.
We're not going to get one here. We're not going to get one at 100. I mean, there's an outside shot of Rattler going 99 here to the Rams.
I mean, they took a running back, so maybe. Anything's possible with them.
You never know.
Well, Kyrie Jackson would be an interesting one, too. I like Kyrie Jackson.
The pick is in, and the slide has stopped for NC State linebacker Peyton Wilson. He's headed to Pittsburgh.
I mean, you said linebacker, Tommy, so you were close.
He's pumped, and he should be. Peyton Wilson's a hell of a player. If is going to carry a lot of weight in the sentence, if he can stay healthy. They're putting it up on the screen now. Tore his ACL as a senior in high school. Tore his ACL in 2018. Season-ending shoulder surgery in 2021.
Oh, so he hasn't been injured in 3 years almost? 2.5 or 2 years?
But we're going to get to those measurables here in a minute because they are outstanding for Peyton Wilson. 6'3", almost 6'4", 233, 1.5310 split, 4.43 in the 40, 34.5-inch vertical, 9'11" broad jump, 4.2 short shuttle, 6.85 3-cone, 9.88 RAS. This guy is an athlete at the linebacker position. 46 on my board, 49 on Shane's, 41 on Paul's, what a pick for the Steelers if he can stay healthy at pick 98.
I mean, he seems like a Steeler. Like when you watch the tape, I mean, he's got that fierceness. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Steelers have done well tonight, and Brian said it's a rough injury history, but from what he's heard, the knees are solid now. For his sake and for the Steelers' sake, I hope that is the case because he's a really good dude. From what I've heard, other people that interviewed him down here in Mobile, everybody roots for him.
Yeah.
So that's always a good thing that you want to hear. Is you don't hear anybody, he's not really that good of a guy or any of this. The Rams pick is in. And it is Cameron Kinchens, the safety from Miami. This guy was a potential first-round pick at various points of the season. Then he tested after his tape was suspect in the season. He had a poor Senior Bowl showing, in my opinion, at 5'11", 203. And then he tested at the combine, and it goes a little something like 4.65 40, 35-inch vertical, 9'2" broad jump, 2.34 RAS, which I'm going to go out on a limb of anybody that's tested. That's the lowest one to come off the board thus far. Shane does get him in the top 100 at 93. I did not. Had him at 121. But Cameron Kinchens coming off the board here. And Shane is going to win our bet. Spencer Rattler is not going to be selected on day 2 of the NFL draft unless somebody – no, Washington's pick is in. They're not drafting him here at pick 100. So,
I mean, Kinchens last year played 379 snaps at free safety and 112 at slot corner. So if they don't like Quentin Lake at nickel, maybe they think about him there, or Russ Yeast at free safety. I mean, so he's got potential to try to fight for playing time if he can bounce back.
Yep. So Commanders are going to close us out here tonight at pick 100.
They've had a good draft so far.
I think so as well. I like what Pittsburgh's done. They've had a good Baltimore, obviously, just letting the board follow them. Seems like we say that every year.
Yeah. Arizona's another one I think has done a good job. They've had a lot of picks, but they moved around. They've done some things.
They've lit up the Superdome to look like a jug of Kool-Aid, by the way. So that's fun. I love New Orleans. The last pick of round 3 is a familiar name. It is the son of Ed McCaffrey. It is the brother of Christian McCaffrey. It is Rice wide receiver Luke McCaffrey, who started as a quarterback at Nebraska and then changed over to wide receiver and ends up at Rice.
I mean, Olamide Zaccheaus should be put on notice now because the new slot receiver just showed up.
That is correct. Impact is a rookie here, right, for McCaffrey with the Commanders.
Well, yeah, I mean, and he's a big slot receiver. I mean, what is he? Would you say 6'2"?
6'1.5", 198, ran a 4.46 40, 36-inch vertical with a 10'1" broad jump, 4.02 in the short shuttle, 6.7 3-cone, good for a 9.44 RAS, 124 on my board. Shane has him at 180, but fifth-year player, like I said, transferred from Nebraska, goes to Rice. Jaden Daniels, Johnny Newton, Mike Sainristil, Ben Sinnott, Brandon Coleman, Luke McCaffrey. That's a hell of a haul for the Commanders.
I mean, that they bounce back quick with a haul like that. I mean, that definitely adds a ton of talent. So that's good. I mean, that's a good pick. I didn't even think about McCaffrey at this point, but yeah, I mean, if you need a slot receiver, which they're fine on the outside, I mean, this is huge for them.
I agree. So some very interesting guys still left on the board. The corner position still loaded. Spent no other quarterbacks go. We've talked about that.
Yeah, Brandon Dorless, I think, will be one that we see early tomorrow. I can't imagine. I can't believe you fell already.
Yeah. There's some interesting receivers still. Troy Franklin still
Mhm.
on the board this late. Tez Walker still on the board as well. Johnny Wilson, I guess nobody, is he a tight end? Is he a receiver? People didn't want to find out, I guess. He's still on the board. Running backs, only 4 go here on night 2, leaving Braylon Allen and Jalen Wright still on the board. We mentioned quarterbacks, Rattler still out there. Tight ends, only 3 have gone so far. Tommy says Malik Washington, another receiver. He's really good on the board. Very big, productive guy at Virginia. Most of the offensive tackles have gone. We've seen a butt ton of those, but I still like Christian Jones and Devon Foster. Age, I think, is the issue on those guys. They've just been around a while. Interior offensive lineman, Cedric Von Pond Granger, Christian Mahogany, still on the board. Tanner Bordolini is another good interior offensive lineman, along with Seta Oa Laumea from Utah. Another guy like Austin Booker, very raw pass rusher as well from Kansas. You mentioned Dorless Makai Wingo still on the board. Linebacker Cedric Gray, Jeremiah Trotter, Tommy Eichenberg, some names still available. The corners, like I said, I knew I was going to eat it on Chris Abrams' train, but TJ Tampa still on the board. DJ James, Kalen Carson from Wake Forest, Jarvis Brownlee from Louisville. Safeties, Jaden Hicks from Wazoo still out there. Malik Mustafa from Wake Forest also on the board. Brad, we've gone through it. The Commanders have done great tonight. The Steelers, Ravens, Cardinals, been interesting. Anybody that sticks out to you as kind of head scratchy?
I think to some degree Green Bay's draft is kind of head scratchy with what they're doing. Adding running back when you don't need running back. I think that's kind of been the big one that I've seen so far, where I'm just like, what are you doing? Other than that, there haven't been any. Atlanta, I think, has bounced back after a weird round 1. So I think most teams have done pretty decent on day 2. There've been some good picks here.
Yeah, I agree. But we've been at it now 4.5 hours, Brad. You've been a trooper. Last question in the chat from Tommy, and then we're going to – any good kickers or punters going to get drafted? I imagine Torrey Taylor from Iowa is going to go at some point.
I would think Will Reichard, kicker from Bama, I think he'd get drafted.
Josh Carty from Stanford, kicker as well. Austin McNamara, the punter from Texas Tech, could go. I doubt we see any long snappers get drafted, nor should you ever draft a long snapper, if we're going to be honest. Or a kicker or a punter for that matter. You probably just shouldn't do it. But
when you watch the UFL and you can see kickers and punters there that you can go sign off the street, I'm not drafting any.
Only 4 poor Raz grades drafted, and 2 of those guys are nose tackles. The others were 2 safeties, Kinchins and
Lassiter.
Newman.
Oh, Newman.
Now, Lassiter had an average Raz. He was just slow.
Oh.
So, but that's going to do it for night 2 of Draft Countdown's live stream of the NFL Draft. Brad, man, you're the best. And I appreciate you going the distance tonight, man. You've been a trooper, and I really appreciate everybody who's been in the chat for the past 2 nights. You know who you are, and you're the greatest. And I hope you guys will hang out tomorrow as we start at 11 a.m. Central, noon Eastern. Nino Brown, CFB Nation, going to come on for round 4. And Brian Lamb, NFL Draft Lounge, you saw him last night, and he's been in the chat tonight. He's going to be with me to finish rounds 5 through 7 tomorrow. Probably about a 6.5 hour go tomorrow, but we're ready. Going to get the snacks, going to get the juice box, maybe a Red Bull, and
or 2 or 3.
And we're going to get it going. But what time will Brian Lamb be joining you tomorrow? That's a good question, Brian. Brian Lamb will be joining me at the start of the 5th round tomorrow. Don't forget, Brian Lamb. Start of the 5th round.
And Brian Lamb has to talk about Brian Lamb in the third person from now on.
That's right.
So
It's like The Rock. But anyway, we've gone wild here. Again, everybody, if you're not already subscribed to the YouTube channel, do it. Hit the notification bell so you get notified when we go live. These will not be available on our audio platforms because they're 4 hours, and nobody's listening to that. But in normal cases, you can listen to us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and we would appreciate you give us a 5-star review there wherever you listen to your podcasts. But again, for Brad Menendez tonight, I'm Brian Bosarge. Thanks for watching, everybody. Until tomorrow, back at it. Later.